Souls 2 today. I was just in the mood to play some games. It's been a while since I've used this streaming setup, so I'm going to take just a really quick minute to do something very quickly. I want to make sure everything's working the way that I think that it should work. So far, so good. I'm going to change the thumbnail for the stream. And I'll go like this so I can read chat. I don't know if anybody will show up today. The stream wasn't really scheduled. And it's been a while since I've streamed any Dark Souls or Bloodborne. So there's very likely to be many people who wouldn't even come to this stream. Dark Souls 2. But we'll see what happens. I'm doing this for the love of the game. I'm also thinking of making a poll to see what kind of build people want me to use. I'm thinking of doing either like a quality build, probably like a pyromancer. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm thinking of either doing like a quality build, like a pyromancer, maybe like a faith build. One of those two most likely. Let me start the poll now. Let's see, which build should I use? Actually, we got 4 options, right? Yeah, we have 4 options. Let's do strength, dexterity, faith, and intelligence. Oh. Intelligence, I say. An intelligence person would probably be able to use the keyboard. Intelligence. Okay. And, I don't know, we'll see if anybody votes in this poll by the time I finish watching the opening cutscene. There's got to be at least one viewer here, right? Da, 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 da. Interesting. YouTube's kind of being a little weird for me, but it should be fine. I gotta do one more thing really quickly. I'm gonna do this. And go right here. And see what happens. Alright, I'm just gonna start playing the game and we'll see how things go today. So yeah, it's been a while since I played Dark Souls 2. It's been on my mind a lot lately. I wanted to stream it, and I haven't got the chance to do so yet. So now we're going to do so. I'm going to click New Game and see what happens. I'd actually probably prefer to play offline rather than online, because with FromSoft games in particular, when you play online, if you get disconnected,
maybe in a dream,
it like immediately kicks you out of the game. I love this opening cutscene, by the way. It's one of my favorites. So I'm doing that. Let me go to my stream settings really quickly. It keeps telling me I have a good connection, but then it keeps telling me that the bitrate is low.
Place where souls may mend your ailing mind.
Right. We should be fine. Alright, I do have my chat window open, so feel free to say hello.
You will lose everything.
And I'm really hoping you guys can actually hear me. I tested it before the stream. I'm pretty sure you can hear me.
Of the curse.
This is going to be fun.
An augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light.
I really love the opening cutscene in Dark Souls 2. Overall, I actually really like the main character story in this game.
None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human.
I feel like a lot of others from soft games
that feeds
fall
on
into the trap of trying
hollow.
to make the main character like super important, like the chosen undead
Long
in Dark Souls 1.
ago, in a walled-off land
Hold on,
far
let's
to
pay
the
attention
north.
to the story.
A great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit
We're probably going to spend a little bit of time on character creation too,
knowing why.
because it's fun. I think the best part's coming up soon. Beautiful fireflies. Honestly, the scenery in this game is beautiful. Very Bloodborne-esque right there. The focus on the moon. We should definitely get back to Bloodborne one day as well. But I think right now I'm really into dungeon crawlers. Playing a lot of wizardry lately, and one of the things I loved about Demon Souls was how much it reminded me of wizardry. It was like single-player wizardry, where you get to actually control your character rather than being like a turn-based RPG.
Like a moth drawn to a flame, your wings will burn in anguish. Time after time.
Just a portal to the other world.
For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Something really funny about this game I'll tell you in a second once we get to the gameplay. At the start of this game, you have, you're given like a default generic character to control. And when I first played this for the first time, I thought that it didn't have character creation. I was like, why did they take out the character creation? But it turns out you just have to like play through a very small bit of the tutorial before you get to the character creation. Okay, so speaking of character creation, what I really love about this game is that the main character is very, like, unimportant. You feel like you are you almost feel like an outsider who has wandered into this place where the story already occurred. Like, the story already happened. Like, we missed it. We did not get to participate in the story. We showed up afterwards, and we're, like, trying to make sense of what is left behind. And I like that so much more than being like the chosen undead who gets to like determine the fate of everything. And especially because from like a role-playing perspective, it really allows me to put any kind of personality onto my character that I want. I don't have to give them like a specific personality. I think aren't there dogs around? Yeah, here they are. There's like dogs around here. I don't think they attack you. It's been a really long time since I played Dark Souls 2. I remember there's something over here. Oh, welcome to the stream. I remember there's a little item over here. We're going to pick this up. Get a rusty coin. Not really that useful. There's a path over here. I'm pretty sure these dogs won't attack me. There's a path over here. I can't remember if you can go through here yet or if you have to go through later. Let me try. How do I crouch in this game? I don't remember. I'll figure it out. I'll remember the controls one day. It's looking like I can't go that way yet. Oh, by the way, the jumping controls in this game are atrocious. Something like this. Yeah, that's it. That's your jump. It's basically only got horizontal momentum. There's no vertical momentum. Okay, this is the other path. There might not actually be anything over here. No. I might have just walked in a circle. Either that or there's nothing up there. Did I just walk in a circle? Okay, what's the way forward? The bridge might be this way. Okay, here's the bridge. Which means to my left, there is a side area over here. This is where the ogres are. I'm definitely not going to fight the ogres barehanded. I might come back and fight them soon, though. There might just be one ogre over there. Oh, there's an item down there. There's all sorts of things going on. Alright, didn't get a single vote yet. I'm probably going to go with my default instinct, which is to make a quality pyromancer build, but I'll spend some time actually creating my character, so if people have other opinions, I will see if anybody ends up voting in the poll. Maybe we can come up with a story for our character as well. While we're here. Oh yeah, the audio balancing in this game isn't great, by the way. It's one of those games where if you're further away from the characters, their voices are quieter, and if you're closer, their voices are louder. So, as a result, the voices switch between being loud and quiet, just depending on the camera angles. All the ones like you. I've played this game so many times, by the way. In the past, in the long ago. I used to do soul level 1 challenges. I used to do no death, no bonfire, like both in a single playthrough. Hello, by the way. We all know you're there. Those are my loud neighbors that you guys get to hear every time I stream. The fate of the cursed. We're going to get our first human effigy. You can use these to regain your human appearance, and this is when you get to actually choose your appearance. Every time you die in this game, you become gradually more and more undead. Yo, what kind of name do I want? I actually did not. I probably should have thought of that before I started streaming, huh? What would be a good name for a quality pyromancer? No, I don't want to do that, because if I do that, I'm going to make a cosplay build. I don't want to make a cosplay build. You guys actually would rather see a strength build. Strength is good, because that goes very well with pyromancer. We'll just go with limb. What does it mean? I don't know. I actually don't know my name. I just gave you a random answer. I actually like that. That's a good start for coming up with our backstory. So we actually are completely amnesic still. We have no memories. So we just gave the first name that came to our mind. It might be the same with our appearance. We don't have like a real appearance. We're just using the human effigy to mimic the appearance of a human, but we don't actually know what our original appearance was like. That's a fun backstory. A little bit of cosmic horror. Okay, let's start by doing this. There's one that has like thick legs. This is the you can give abs or no abs, but like the abs are like really like over the top, so I prefer no abs. Okay, we're gonna go into our face settings. Let's go with hair. There's not that many hairstyles in this game, and especially there's not that many good hairstyles in this game. Let's see. This is probably one of the better ones, especially when you factor in helmet appearances. This is probably one of the best ones, especially when you factor in helmet appearances. Because in this game, unlike some of the later games that have like clipping issues or your hair just disappears when you put on a helmet, in this game they actually did do a pretty good job of making the hair match with the helmets. So if you want to pick a hairstyle, it's usually a good idea to pick based on what bangs you want, because if you're wearing a helmet, only your bangs are going to be visible. So like we can have flat bangs like here. If we do this one, we have like kind of brushed bangs, and that long strand on the side usually remains. It will be sticking out from under your helmet, which I kind of like. I think that looks cool with the helmet. This one you usually can't see with the helmet on. This one is a little bit more side swept. I think you can see this one with the helmet on. I'm pretty sure you can. This one I think is one of the ones that gets overwritten by the helmet, because the hair piece is like, there's too much hair. It's like too big of a clump, too big of a hair clump. Anyway, we'll go with this one. For hair color, so what I used to like to do was give my characters like really inhuman skin colors, and then like either normal black hair or white hair. Maybe we'll go with something different because we're trying to mimic the appearance of what a human looks like. So maybe we'll go with something a little bit more standard looking. I kind of like this. Maybe like a silvery... Oh, you know what we should do? Is there like a more like a silvery blonde type? I think we can do this. If we customize this a little bit, we can make it look a little bit more blonde. Yeah, something like this. Like a silvery blonde. Oh, welcome to the stream, by the way. Alright, for our eyebrows... I think these eyebrows are good because they look very angry. It's either the straight eyebrows or the angry eyebrows. I think I'll go with the straight ones. Excuse me. We can make the eyebrows look pretty similar to our normal hair color, maybe a little bit darker. For eye color is an interesting one because we can give ourselves like an inhuman eye color to kind of emphasize the fact that we're not human, or we could give ourselves like a more basic eye color to put focus on the fact that we're trying to mimic a human appearance. I really like dark brown eyes, by the way. That's like my favorite eye color in real life. Let me drink some water really quick. I hear my neighbors yelling at each other, by the way. Actually, they're not really yelling at each other today. They're just yelling to each other, which is a little bit better. It's worse than when they're yelling at each other. So I think I'm going to go with either these. I think these brown eyes are going to look better in the actual game, because I remember correctly with the in-game lighting, you can't always see with as much detail and with as much color. So once we get into the game, these eyes are going to look a little bit darker. They're going to be like a darker brown. Tattoos, you can often use these to give your character like facial scars, which is pretty cool. There wasn't really a scar setting in this game, but I discovered a way to use the tattoo setting to give yourself scars, which is like pretty cool. Maybe I'll show that off in a minute. Let's get our actual facial details figured out first, and then we'll kind of figure out either our scar placement if we're gonna have one or not. Please stop telling me about the audio bitrate. I really don't care. Thank you. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. YouTube, honestly, YouTube Studio is really annoying sometimes. Alright, so I think age is fine. This stuff right here is, if I remember correctly, this stuff here doesn't really change your details in the way that you want. It like kind of changes your entire face based on settings that are linked together. I find it's better if you're going to make your own character to just go through and individually change each of the pieces of your face rather than trying to change the overall shape. With that being said, we probably should determine our skin color first. So I do want to be a little bit more pale. And I think you can use... No, you can't actually. So in some of the other games you can use like L2 and R2 to move the sliders faster. It looks like you cannot do that in this game. So I think bright is actually, yeah, so bright is actually what you really want. So if you want pale skin, what you want to do is go with bright, not pale. Pale doesn't actually make your skin more bright. It actually changes the amount of emphasis, like in the blush in your cheeks and things like that. This looks fine. So blue, I think, makes us more pale, and orange, I think, gives us like more color while still being light-skinned. I think we can just go with like balanced here, whatever the default was. Purple and yellow, I don't remember what these do. Okay, I think I see it. I'll just go balanced. And then red versus green. I think you can actually make your skin like really red if you want to, by the way. You can do this. Yeah. I used to make like Oni characters, like either red or blue Oni. Those were kind of fun. And I also used blue, like really blue skin to make like undead looking characters. Not like the undead zombie that you turn into when you die in the game, but more like I don't know, like a white or something, like something that has a more human appearance. Now, what does color emphasis do? I'm not sure. I'm not gonna mess with that. All right, so cheek color. I think we can make our cheeks a little bit more red, right? Yeah. If we want to give ourselves a little bit of blush, we can do that. And then we'll start working on the shape. Okay, relative nose size, nose to forehead, everything looks good there. Facial width. Do I like the facial width? The thing is, the default face in this game is pretty good. So typically what I do is just go through and make like small adjustments. Like I can make my face a little bit more round if I really want to. Yeah, like this. My vertical spacing looks fine. The placement of my face parts. I think if you go up here, it makes your forehead look smaller. Whereas if you go down, it makes your chin look smaller. Right now, I think our forehead kind of looks decently sized. Our jaw is maybe like even a little bit big. I don't see much changing. What about this side? Yeah, I actually don't see much changing. Alright, let's not mess with anything that we don't understand. Horizontal spacing looks fine. Like, the game starts you with a balanced face, so you don't really need to change these settings unless your goal is to make like a more unbalanced looking face. We can probably make our cheeks a little bit rounder. Not that round. I feel like I gotta sneeze. Now concave cheeks go inwards more and convex cheeks go outward more. I like the shape of our current cheek shape. We have a nice round face. So we're gonna stick with that. Chin tip. I think this one here moves the chin tip closer to the neck. No, I had it wrong. This is the one that makes it pointed outward more, which I actually kind of like. I want the chin tip to point out a little bit more, not that much, but a little bit more than it was before. Because before it was pretty far on the other side. It also adjusts how it looks from the front too, though, so it can be tricky. Jaw. I think if you narrow out the jaw, yeah, it gives you like a more feminine appearance. Something like this. And I'm pretty sure you can adjust the chin as well, a little bit more. Okay, so right now the chin is very low, which I noticed earlier. This has more to do with how it's going to look from the front, okay. Let's just go with like a balanced chin shape instead of the very low chin that we had before. These are eyebrows. What you can do here, you can take the inner brows and you can tilt them down to give yourself like a more like focused expression. Or if you tilt it up, you can give yourself like a more gentle expression. I think I want this character to have a little bit more of a focused expression. Same thing here, like if the outer brow, if you turn the outer brow up, it kind of adds to that emphasis. I don't know what glabella means. What is a glabella anyway? Let's look it up while we're here. I'm gonna look up what a glabella is. The smooth part of the forehead above and between the eyebrows. Above and between the eyebrows. I think it's talking about this, maybe that space in between, yeah, in between the eyebrows, I guess. But it says above and in between. So maybe there's more. Let's see what it does. It doesn't really seem to be doing anything. I mean, I guess I kind of saw the shape change a little bit. What about this? This would probably change it more. Like we could move them closer together. No, not really. That actually more changes the shape of our eyes. It makes them more horizontal and less slanted. Interesting. You can also increase the height of the brow, which makes your forehead look smaller, but I don't really need to do that. Alright, let's start focusing on our eyes. So this has to do with the glabella. I think the glabella looks fine if I understand what it is. Eye position looks fine. We can make our eyes a little bit bigger. Usually making the eyes bigger is better in Souls games, but not too big. Something like this, yeah. Like the default size was a little bit small. We did our pupil color already. Okay, this is the part that I tend to have more fun with, is making the eyes look darker. Give ourselves some eye bags. Start with this. We can darken them. Yeah. Like this. You can make the eyelid a little bit darker as well. Now I think you want blue for the darker color. And then eyeliner we definitely want dark. I feel like it just makes the character's eyes stand out more when they're darker. That just kind of comes down to my personal preferences. And then eyeshadow. This is going to add like eyeshadow on top of the eye bags that we already have. So we have to be a little bit careful because if you add too much eyeshadow, it kind of, you won't be able to see the eye bags that we added. That looks pretty good. We can possibly even think about different eye colors now. Now that we know what our eyes are going to look like, we can think about what different eye colors might look better. Or different, or more interesting. Red eyes with the eyeliner is kind of cool. I don't know, I kind of like the eyes that we had already. Either that or I would possibly go with like darker eyes. The pure black eyes are really interesting. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a choice between these two. These ones look more red though. These ones actually look more brown. I'm gonna go with the brown ones. Nose. Nose ridge, upper protrusion, nose tip height. I think this... Yeah, that doesn't do what I think it does. It kind of does like the opposite of what it does. I think nose 2 is the one that... This is the one that like really affects the nose in a way that you would imagine it's going to. Like if you adjust the nostril angle, it actually adjusts like, yeah, like the shape of the nose. Like this is the setting you really want to use if you're trying to adjust the nose shape. And then what you can do is by making this smaller, it just makes your overall nose smaller, because that one we had before was a little bit big. This is a little bit more manageable. We look good from some angles. From other angles we look kind of wonky, but I mean it's a FromSoft character creator. If we widen these a little bit, that'll give us like a little bit more of a balanced face shape. That's probably better. Mouth. Now, I want to mess with the mouth to chin position because it's very high right now. If we go like this, yeah, we can start moving it down a little bit, and then I think position also moves it down. Is that right? No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it, but I don't see it. Yeah, maybe this is fine. It does seem like our mouth is like really close to our nose and kind of far away from our chin, but it doesn't look that bad. Oh, we got another vote. What are people voting for? Hello, Gianni. Welcome to the stream. Long time, my friend. It's been a while. I haven't streamed any like Dark Souls or Bloodborne or any games like that for a while. But I've really been in the mood to play Dark Souls 2 recently, so here we are doing it. Are you the one who voted for dexterity? I'm thinking of doing a pyromancy build anyway, so like a mix of strength and dexterity works. In this game, pyromancy has no stat requirements, so it's a really good way to give the extra utility of magic to physical characters. Like you can play a strength build or a dex build or even a quality build, and then just add pyromancy on top of that, which is really cool. You can scale. You can get a little bit of extra damage on your offensive pyromancies by investing into intelligence and faith, but they're not required in order to cast any pyromancies. Like none of them have like an intelligence or a faith requirement. You want dex pyro or strength pyro? Yeah, we'll probably do like a mix of them. It looks like someone else is also voting for dexterity, so maybe we'll do like dexterity with pyromancy. Expression, we definitely want something closer to glum. Yeah, something like that. Mouth slant looks fine. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this is probably the worst angle for us. This angle looks good. This angle looks okay. The forward angle looks pretty good. I think like the sideways angle looks good. It's just at like certain angles, it looks like the cheek sticks out a little bit. I don't know if I care enough to go back and try to fix that. Just means our character looks like it's a little bit chubby, which is fine with me. Alright, mouth width. You want to make the mouth a little bit wider so you can make the expression more visible. Maybe that's too wide. And then I want to go occlusion. Yeah, occlusion. So occlusion kind of has to deal with if you have an overbite or an underbite. So if you go like this, right now we have a little bit more of an overbite. If we go like this, that's going to balance out our mouth a little bit more. It's also going to fix our chin shape a little bit. Something like that. You can also give yourself a lot more of like a down occlusion. Like that kind of gives you like a more pouty expression. It moves your chin forward a little bit as well. I'm actually fine with that. For lipstick, there's basically like a dark red and a dark blue. You kind of combine them together to give yourself more lipstick, and also kind of determine what the exact color is going to be. If you go like all the way dark blue and all the way dark red, that should be like the black lipstick option, I think. Because it's basically just adding like all of the dark tones. No, that kind of just makes it more red. Interesting. Okay, so what about like this? So we kind of want it more neutral. We want dark, but without focus on one specific color. Actually, maybe blue is even better. So what if we do this? Blue plus blue. So that's more of like a faded color. So if we do want black, we need a little bit of the darkness, a little bit of the dark red, but without too much red, like more focus on the darkness. Hey Alpha C, welcome to the stream. How's it going? How's it going? Sent it twice for some reason. No worries. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Have you ever played any Dark Souls before? We're creating our character right now. Alright, so let's go back now. I think I actually do feel a little bit motivated to go back and look at our cheeks again, and look at our chin again. See if I can fix this here. So cheeks. That's not the setting. I think it's cheek fullness. We want to make it more concave. No, that's not it either. Cheekbone spread, is that it? No, that's not it. Cheekbone... I'm not sure. That's not it. Chin. Yeah, I'm not sure. You can kind of see the face is like sticking out a bit, but I'm not sure which setting exactly caused that to happen. The forward portrait looks pretty good though. Gianni, you like Dark Souls 2? Me too. Alpha, you haven't played any Souls games before? We're about to get into the game. I'm almost done creating my character. You think Dark Souls 2 isn't the best, but it's still pretty fun. You have about 200 hours on this game. Yeah, I think Dark Souls 2 is very underrated. It used to get a lot more hate closer to when it came out. At this point, people have kind of like chilled. Like they don't really care enough to make fun of the game like the way that they used to. But the game used to get a lot more hate back in the day. Alright, let's look at our jaw last. Now I think this affects that part of the jaw, and if we add a protrusion, no, protrusion's not as much what we want. Is it this one? A little bit, yeah, that's more average. This might actually fix the part where the cheek connects to the jaw. So the spread, you want like a narrow spread if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. Position. Maybe closer to the front. That's not really fixing the issue. It's kind of like the space around our mouth is what's mostly sticking out. By the way, I want to go back to our color. Color emphasis. Cheek color. Yeah, I'd rather have our face have like a more balanced color to it. Right now it looks it looks kind of like off, with the cheeks and the chin and like the rest of the face being a different color. Okay, so now I'm going to show you what I was talking about before, where you can use the tattoo feature to add scars to your character. So if you want to add yourself a scar, I think one of the best ones to use is this one here, because it has a lot of really thin lines that you can move to different positions. So I usually start by going like this and just using like a red color, just because it'll be more visible. And then you can kind of change the color later if you want to. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, making it darker makes it easier to see. Okay, so what you would do is first you increase the size pretty much almost to the max size. Something like this might be fine. That might be big enough. Leave the angle alone for now. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move it up and to the right. This will give us a scar on the right side of our face. So you can do something like this. So this is not quite where I want it to be yet. But what we can do is increase the size a little bit. So this could give you like a scar on the right side of your face. Go like this. We can move a little bit further to the right. Move up a little bit. Move a little to the left. And then if you go to the angle, you can like rotate through different angles to get different shapes, like that. So you can kind of find the exact shape that you want. Problem is, this looks good over the eye, but the part on the side doesn't look that great right now, so I gotta find a way to fix that. Possibly it might be by making it larger, or it might be by making it smaller. Once again, if you kind of rotate through different angles, you can change what the shape looks like. You can maybe find one that looks good to you. Like, that looks pretty cool. But when I go over and look at it from this angle, I don't really like how it connects to the hair. Let me see about, let me actually see about moving it all the way on the other side. So if we move it to the other side, we can get like a scar on the different side of the face, and it might look a little bit better, a little bit different. That looks pretty cool. I would kind of want it to be like here. Is there any way to make it bigger? No. Can I make it smaller then? Alright, let's see about smaller. Alright, let's try a different tattoo. That might not fit the face shape that we have. Is there another one that works for this? I'm trying to remember, it's been a while since I've done this. You can also just use the black dot, which is kind of cool. Or the dot in general. This one could definitely be used to make a scar. This one, maybe. That one, not so much. This one, maybe, if you make it bigger. Alright, let's focus on what we're doing then. Let's increase the size to the max. I wonder if there's a position near the center that has a lot of empty space that we can use for our scar. Oh, you know what we could do is something like this. It's not quite it yet, but... So if we start decreasing the size here... Okay. I'm kind of getting something that maybe looks like what I want. So what I want to go is up. I want to go with up. I'm too far down right now. That's pretty good. We're going to be wearing a helmet anyway. I have to keep that in mind. So the piece on the right that I don't like isn't really going to be visible. So maybe I should be focusing on making the visible part look the way that I want it to look. Like maybe like this. And then something like that. Like that's a pretty good scar. And then we're going to have a helmet on, so you won't be able to see this red part over here on the side. That might be good. That might be good, especially with, if I remember correctly, the helmet that I usually wear has a visor, so it would look really good with this scar and this hairstyle. I like this. Alright, we're going to choose our class and our gift. Looks like people want a dexterity-focused pyromancer, so what we really want is actually a character with low intelligence and faith, because even if you have a little bit of strength, it's usually not a bad thing. So let's see. Knight could work. We'll have a little bit more strength at the start, but we can just like invest into dexterity and not put any more points into our strength later. Bandit could actually work. It has actually very low intelligence. I'm trying to remember, can I see what all the stats are? Okay. Vigor, endurance. I know what the stats are, but I don't remember what every symbol is. That's attunement, okay. Strength, we're going to want attunement, so bandit's probably not the way to go. We want adaptability too, so yeah, bandit's not the way to go. Cleric, not really. Sorcerer, no, definitely not. Explorer could potentially work. This allows us to start with low strength and dexterity, so then we can just invest into dexterity. We want adaptability, we want attunement, vitality, endurance, vigor. So yeah, this would keep faith and intelligence both low as well as strength. So we can focus all of our points into dexterity, adaptability, attunement, and then our physical defensive stats. I really like Explorer. I think that's what I want to go with. We're going to pick our gift. what does faith do? Faith makes your miracles stronger. Miracles can be used to heal yourself, and they can also be used to cast lightning magic. So if you wanted to use like a lightning magic build, you would go with faith. All right, so for our gift, I really like the bonfire aesthetic because we're going to want a lot of these later, and most of the other things don't really help me out in the short term or the long term. Petrified something can be pretty fun because you can drop it at the crow's nest at the start of the game, then they give you a random item, which is like kind of fun because then you can start with like a random item. I think I'm going to go with the bonfire aesthetic. That way we can use it for whichever bonfire we want to increase the level of early on in the game. Yeah, faith does electric damage. It's pretty cool. I was considering doing a faith build. We're going to do pyromancy, which is like fire magic. The cool thing about fire magic is that it has no minimum stat requirements, so you can use it together with like a dexterity build like we're doing, and our pyromancy will still work without needing to put any points into intelligence or faith. This is going to be our true self. I'm going to take off this goofy looking hat as soon as possible. Are we here to break the curse, or are we here for another reason? I like the idea of playing as like an archaeologist, just coming here to explore Drangleic. Try to learn the mysteries of this strange world. There is another item somewhere around here, by the way. I know about it, and I'm going to grab it. You think I could use a katana? I actually don't normally use katana builds, so it could be fun to use a katana, just because it's something I don't normally do. Yeah, so the more you die, the more you get turned into a zombie. But if you get more human effigies, you can use those to turn back into a human. I used to be very good at this game, like extremely good, but I haven't played in a while, so there is a chance I might die. More than a few times. We'll see. I mentioned this earlier, but I used to do Soul Level 1 challenge runs, and then I really tried very hard to do a no bonfire plus no death challenge. So no bonfire is not that bad if you're allowing yourself to die, because as long as you have a little bit of tenacity, you can just die over and over again until you manage to get a successful attempt. And no death can be a little bit easier if you allow yourself to use bonfires, because there are preparations that you can make which can make it so you have a lower chance of dying. But if you try to do no bonfire and no death in the same challenge run, it's a lot more difficult. So this is the Explorer starting kit. We get 20 life gems, 8 witching urns, 4 aromatic ooze, 5 prism stones, 3 rusted coins, a repair powder, and we also start with a Pharos lockstone, which is really good. There are a limited number of Pharos lockstones in the game. You use them to open up optional areas and treasures. So you have to... If starting with 1 extra in your inventory is like really nice, it gives you like a little bit of a head start. This is not a chest. There is a chest upstairs. I'm gonna go check that out. I don't remember what's in here, but I do remember there is something in here. Beautiful chest opening animation in this game. We got it's an extra human effigy, and I'm gonna try destroying this chest. I want to see what happens. Okay, so if you destroy a chest with an item inside, the item gets destroyed and you get rubbish. It looks like if I take the item first and then destroy the chest, I do not get free rubbish. Sad, but not that big of a deal. If you defeat the ogres and then come talk to this lady, she will give you a ladle. It's a joke weapon, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, maybe we'll try to find a katana at some point soon. I don't remember where all the items are in this game, so I'm just going to use what I pick up. I love that the Explorer starts with a dagger. It's such a fun weapon. Now... I can't remember how to switch to two-handed in this game. Oh, it's just a triangle button. It's so much easier. I don't know why they made switching to two-handed so hard in Elden Ring. We're going to pick up a Soul of a Lost Undead and a torch. In this game, the torch works in a very interesting way. I actually don't remember how to light the torch. That's the tricky part. Let me see if I remember how to light the torch. Is there an item in my inventory for lighting the torch? I don't see it. It might be under like key items or something. Nope. There's a way to light the torch. I don't remember how to do it. I think you do it at the bonfire, maybe? I don't see it here. Well, let's rest at the bonfire temporarily. Gianni, ladle for the win. You need a butterfly to light. Okay, so you do need to use an item to light the torch, but I don't have one. Okay, so the torch in this game has a limited amount of time that you can keep it lit, and you also need an item to light the torch. Oh, we can also light them from here, but if we light it here, our counter will start counting down, which I guess I'll show you guys that. So you go here, you light your torch. So we have 5 minutes of torch timer. This is global. This lasts for the entire game. So you have to find more torches to extend the lifespan of your torch. We can use this to light another thing. If you light, I'm going to put out my torch now so I don't waste my timer. If I light all of these torches in this area, it will cause an optional boss to spawn. We might do that. I'm not sure yet. You think you can light it on the bonfire too? I guess I just missed it. Okay, I don't want to read all these tutorials because I kind of know how to play the game already, but there's probably like a couple things that I forgot how to do, which I probably need to read how to do again so I don't forget. So I'd have to come back and light this torch, for example. Let me know if you want me to light all the torches or not, I guess. We'll do it if people want me to. I love starting with a dagger. It's one of my favorite weapons. There is another optional enemy over there. You don't necessarily have to fight them, but there is an item you can pick up if you just go down there and ignore them. Also, do you see that little coffin there? If you step inside the coffin, it will actually change your gender from male to female, or from female back to male. Don't know why they included that in this game. It's pretty interesting. I think, actually, there is a separate place where you can go and change your appearance. So I guess, theoretically, what you could do is switch your gender. Like, say I wanted to play a male character instead of a female character. I could switch my character from female to male, and then I could also go to the option that lets me change my appearance. And I could essentially just like make this character into a different character. Okay, so this is a backstab mechanic. The dagger does extra damage on backstabs, so we can basically annihilate any enemy if we can sneak up on them, which is fun. You also don't necessarily need to sneak up on them. You can just kind of get behind them in the middle of a fight, which I will show you in a second. We get a dagger here, but we already have one, so I'll sneak behind this guy. So if we just walk behind him, let's do it this way. If you're locked on, you move a little bit slower. If you unlock, you can move faster. Okay, I can't get behind him. He's got insane tracking. I know a lot of people complain about the tracking in Dark Souls 2. The enemies do have insane tracking, but it is what it is. I think you have to come to a full stop before you backstab too, which makes it even harder. We should practice though. We should practice getting backstabs. Sneak strike is peak. Dual wielding the 2 daggers. I haven't actually done much. I haven't done any dual wielding in a while. I think Dark Souls 2 was like the last game that had like really good dual wielding. So if I'm not mistaken, L2 it lets you attack with your left-handed weapon, but if you switch, if you press triangle, okay, so if you press triangle, if you have the right stats, you will go into a dual wielding stance. It looks like we don't have the stats for it. So I believe to equip the dagger, you need 2 strength and 6 dexterity. So I think to dual wield it, we would need something like 4 strength and 12 dexterity. I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember how it works. It's been a while. But I think to either that or I'm not remembering the right button to power stance. You have to hold triangle for a little bit to power stance. Yeah, it's not working. It just switches to my other weapon. So I think I don't have the right stats to power stance the daggers. Either that or they don't have a power stance moveset. Because while you're in power stance mode, if you press L2, you will do an attack with both weapons, and you can see I'm just doing it with the one weapon. And then if I hold down the triangle button, she just equips her left-hand dagger in both hands. So it looks like I can't power stance the daggers for some reason. I don't exactly know why. For the most part, I think there's actually not a huge reason to dual wield unless you have the stats to power stance. I don't think it gives you much like that you can't otherwise just do. But I guess it's kind of fun. Got some more free life gems. The life gems in this game completely change the way that it works. It becomes more of a resource management game as opposed to other Souls games where you have a limited amount of healing between each bonfire. Okay, so if we drop down here, we can grab this item. And then I think there's a ladder here that we can kick down. No. So if we want to light this torch, we have to run through that area that we just cleared with the torch lit and light all the torches on the way. So let's actually do that while we're here. I didn't get many opinions on whether you guys want me to light the torches, but I'll do it. So we're going to go through, we're going to run through the area we just cleared out of enemies. And we're going to light all the torches while using as little of our torch timer as possible. So there's a torch here. There's another torch. I think there's like one torch in each room. There's a torch here. And what we'll do is we'll drop down onto that balcony and light that torch before putting our torch out so that we don't waste too much timer. So there's a torch out here. And they did add areas. So in the original Dark Souls 2, there weren't a lot of areas where the torch was really necessary. And so, and they also didn't have these torches here. Dark Souls, the Scholar of the First Sin, the version that I'm playing now, added a lot of this stuff. Like these torches here that you can go around and light to make optional bosses appear. They added invisible enemies that you can only see with the torch. They added darkness in more areas, so you need the torch to be able to see through the darkness, things like that. Scholar really added a lot of things that makes the torch a more meaningful item, rather than just kind of being like a mechanic that they added to the game and then didn't really flesh out. Oh, here's the ladder. Okay, let's kick the ladder down. This is the bird nest. If we get a petrified something, we can bring it back and trade it for items. Can't do so right now. I didn't start with the petrified something. But because I kicked the ladder down, I can just jump. I can climb back up there later if I want to. Alright, let's go. In fact, while we're here, let's just light this one as well. We will get more torches later, so you don't have 5 minutes for the entire game, but if we do run out, we won't have any more torchlight until we find more torches. Dark Souls 2 Vanilla is very different. Yeah, it's very different. Very different. Alright, let's see what's in here. I think in one of these rooms there's like a pit that you have to jump in and it's like full of enemies. Dark Souls 2 feels very turn-based compared to other Souls games. But if you know what you're doing, the speed of the game, you can use it to your advantage rather than having it work against you. A lot of people complain about the slow speed of this game, but you can really use the slow speed to your advantage if you know what you're doing. Okay, let's light this torch before we attempt this jump. That way we'll have access to this torch later if we need it. Like if we want to use it to light other torches. I'm actually pretty fine with going at a slow pace. I'm very much intending this to be a slow playthrough. There was no other torches in here. Let's light this. Dark Souls 2 is also the first game that really made me learn how to manage the camera. I felt like in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, I could just like play locked on all the time. This game really made me like think about using the camera. Alright, so jumping in this game is kind of clunky. Your jump is very horizontal, and you have to press a weird combination of buttons to make the jump work. It's very typical to fall into a pit while you're attempting to jump, but I'm pretty decent at it at this point. I've kind of gotten used to the controls. Even, I guess it's kind of like riding a bike. I haven't played this game in years, but I very much just kind of picked it up. Oh, I wish we brought the torch with us. Let's light this torch while we're here. That way we don't have to climb up and down this ladder a bunch of times later. So let's light this one as well. We might as well just do it. The torch timer stops while you're on the ladder, but you actually keep your torch lit, which is cool. So they don't penalize you for climbing ladders. Alright, are there any other torches down there that I'm going to need to light? We can do a plunging attack on this guy, or we could just drop down and then backstab him. I'm going to do the plunging attack, even though backstabs are way better with daggers. I'm also going to trigger a life gem right now. This gives us passive healing over time. So if we take damage while fighting, we'll continue to heal. Like so. He's hitting me, but I'm healing right through it. I'm just healing right through everything they're doing. Nice. There is an element of timing as well. If you time your attacks correctly, you can chain them together. But if you mess up the timing, they won't chain together, which is pretty interesting. Here is a cracked red-eye orb. We can use this to invade other players if we so desire. Probably not going to do much online play or PvP. This is going to be more of like a slow, just campaign-style playthrough. Alright. There is another torch here. We're going to have to find a way to light this later. We might have to come back and light it later. Yeah, we'll have to come back for these two torches later. It might be a good idea to light these now and leave one of the, like that torch right there as the final torch. That way it will be easy to trigger the boss encounter. Like if we leave this torch as the final torch, it will be a lot easier to trigger the optional boss. Oh, you know what? We're not going to be able to trigger all of the bosses because this guy right here requires a fragrant branch. Yeah, we can't open that one yet. You need fragrant branches in order to turn statues back to living creatures. Sometimes they are NPCs who help you, and other times they can just be enemies who either have items or the statue is otherwise blocking your path. Alright, we lit this torch already, so we can get this torch here and bring it to the next one. Although we're not going to be able to finish exploring this area until we come back later anyway, with more fragrant branches. Now, fragrant branches, just like Pharos lockstones, are in limited supply, so I don't really want to waste them on opening things unless I know there's something good there. This game added more lockstones, it added more fragrant branches, but it also added more like things that are blocked by lockstones and fragrant branches. So you have to think about how and when you would like to use them. Alright, so unfortunately we can't explore anymore in this area, but that's okay, we can head to Majula. Seeing Majula for the first time is really awesome. I envy those of you who are about to see it for the first time, because Majula is pretty awesome looking. Here are all of the people who intentionally died in the tutorial area just to leave their bloodstones behind. It's like almost impossible to die in this room, so it's kind of a meme. Like people come in here and they intentionally die just to... Hold on one second. Alright, I think my neighbors finally shut up. I talked about this, I think, during a previous stream, but whenever they're being like unreasonably loud, I like to mute my microphone just because I don't like streaming in an environment where I can't control like what other people are going to say. Like I have no idea what they might say to each other, so it's better for me to just not allow them to talk. Alright, so there's a little secret area over here. Yeah, this view is awesome. It's beautiful. Dark Souls 2 has some awesome landscapes, and there's a lot of paintings. This game uses paintings, like you can see in the background there. There's a painting way over there. This game uses a lot of paintings to great effect. I think it's amazing. Hold on. Alright, they finally stopped again, which means as soon as I unmuted my mic, they're probably going to start yelling at each other again. Yeah, in fact, they literally just started yelling at each other again. Alright, they're talking a little bit more faintly. I think they moved somewhere else, like that's further away from, I don't know. Almost sounded like they were right outside my door for some reason, but they probably weren't. They're just being loud. But either way, they kind of moved away. Unmuted my mic again. If they start being loud again, I'm just going to mute the mic again. It has to happen. Anyway, this is Majula. You get the binoculars here. We also get a morning star and a free spell. I can't remember what spell it was. Let me see if I can find it. I think the spells go into your inventory. It's not a spell, sorry, it's a miracle. You get a free miracle, and I think it does go into your inventory. No. So the only way to check it is to go to our bonfire. Oh, also we have the spell quartz ring. That's another one of the things you get if you start as an explorer. Let me go to the bonfire really quick. Faith build is actually winning now. Well, it's kind of too late because we actually already started our character with low faith. I probably should have let people know that. Okay, we don't have any spells. I thought I picked something up. I guess no, sorry, hold on. You pick up a morning star and a cleric's chime, but you actually don't start with any miracles. So let's check the cleric's chime. Most clerics receive this as their first sacred chime. It is a catalyst for miracles and hexes. That's actually very important. A lot of hexes either work, you can actually cast most hexes with like either a chime or like a magician's staff. So hexes can work for faith builds or for intelligence builds, which is pretty cool. Which is kind of what we see in this case. The morning star is a little bit less worth mentioning. It's normally rolled by clerics. We're not going to have the stats for this thing ever, so I'm going to put it in my inventory, in my item box. So let's get rid of the things that we don't plan to use. I'm probably not going to use the sacred chime. Don't need that. I don't need that. Actually, what does the merchant hat do? It actually raises item discovery. It's a goofy looking hat. I really don't want to wear it, but I almost feel like we need to wear it just so we get the item discovery. Nah. I won't wear a goofy hat just for good stats. I won't do it. I won't do it. Not even for stats. Alright. But anyway, yeah, if you're holding the binoculars in your hand, it means you can't be holding a weapon or a shield. But you can use it to look around. You can look around at this pillar over here. I think this over here I was looking at earlier. I think this is Dranglake Castle. I think you can see Dranglake Castle from here. Yeah, that's Dranglake Castle. I can actually see the shape of the front area. So that's Dranglake Castle. That's probably a painting. So one big difference between this game and, say, for example, like Elden Ring. In Elden Ring, it's actually like a big open world game, and like everything in the world that you see is actually like 3D modeled in some way, and you can pretty much go to almost any place that you can see, other than the places that are like far off, like, you know, off in the ocean like that. In Dark Souls 2, it doesn't really work that way. Most of the areas are surrounded by paintings, like all this stuff in the distance, like that's a painting over there, I'm pretty sure. Either that or it's just like layered, like 2D objects. But it's definitely not like, it's not all 3D modeled. You can kind of see some stuff over there. That's probably a painting. That up there definitely looks like a painting to me. But honestly, I think the paintings in the distance look cooler, personally anyway. And I don't enjoy walking around a giant open world. I prefer for the areas to just be connected to each other anyway. So this is the Emerald Herald, I think she's called in this game. Hello, Snow Warning. Welcome to the stream. This game is just like Dr. Mario. You haven't played it. I guess if you haven't played Dr. Mario and you haven't played Dark Souls 2, I guess it has those two things in common. I got a talisman, yeah, I got a talisman, yeah, you're right. Or in this game, they're called chimes. I'm just a pawn of fate. I don't want to be the next monarch. I don't want to be the chosen undead. I just want to be like a random person. Now, I think she's going to give us our first flask. There you go. King Vendrick. So now we can level up by talking to the Emerald Herald, and we also have our goal, which is to go and see King Vendrick, the one who created Dranglake. We also got this awesome item from her. This is our Estus Flask. This ends up being used in most other Souls games as the primary method of healing. It refills every time you stop at the bonfire. You get, for right now, we get one free heal from it. as you go through the game, you'll get more heals. We can level it up so that we can heal 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. And then every time we rest at the bonfire, it will refill itself. So it kind of sustains your healing, but it is limited because you can only use it a certain amount of times as you're clearing each area. The special thing about Dark Souls 2 and what it has in common with Demon Souls is that it also has temporary healing items like life gems. And there's actually a lot of other consumable healing items in this game. They're very common. You can stock 99 of them. You can stock 99 life gems very easily. And as a result, this game actually allows like long-term exploration without really relying on your flask as much. The downside of life gems is that they give healing over time. So once you have used it, you have to make sure you don't get hit for a while your health recovers. Hello, Draconis. Can I use Pyromancy once I stumble upon it? Yes, I'm actually planning to use Pyromancy with this build. I'm going to be using Dexterity and Pyromancy. That's what people originally voted on. The vote is more skewed towards Faith now, but unfortunately, when I actually created the character, we only had votes for Dexterity at the time. You want me to explore Majula? Majula? Yeah, I'm going to. Basic Fireball has no stat requirement at all. Yeah, none of the Pyromancies in this game have any stat requirements. I'm trying to remember, there might be like 1 or 2 that has like a stat requirement, but for the most part in this game, Pyromancy has no stat requirements, so you can just use them on any build. We're not going to level up yet, so I'm not going to talk to her again for a little while. I do want to explore Majula, but I have played this game a lot. Yes, Draconis, I've played this game a ton. I've done a ton of challenge runs in the past, but I have not played it for probably 6 years or more. It might have been even longer. It's been a long time since I played this game. So we're going to be doing a slow play. This is the blacksmith. He cannot get into his shop.
I'm a blacksmith. I'm nothing without my tools. Bring me that key. Chop chop.
So if we can get the blacksmith's key, we can open up this door and then get access to the blacksmith, who's going to give us a lot of options for upgrading our weapons and things like that. Snow Warning, you like the variety that Millie and I bring to the channel. You thought yesterday's stream was really fun. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun since she started streaming on the channel. I'm happy that she was interested in doing that, and I'm happy that she is having a lot of fun doing that, because it means she's probably going to continue. She said she doesn't know if the reason she really wanted to do a birthday stream this week is because she said she doesn't know if she's going to be still streaming like a year from now. So if she doesn't do a birthday stream on Friday, it's probably not going to happen next year. But I don't know, it seems like she's really enjoying it. She actually, I know for a fact she was playing Tetris today off stream, because she asked me to send it to her. So I know she really had a lot of fun playing Tetris. She's probably going to continue playing it. But either way, she's been having a lot of fun streaming. I have a feeling she doesn't think she's going to be streaming next year. I think she's going to be streaming next year. But either way, she's pretty excited about the birthday thing. She wants people to come to her birthday party, her virtual birthday party. Get a free Titanite shard here. We can use this to upgrade our weapons later on. We actually kind of need a weapon. We don't really have a weapon right now. We're still using a dagger. This is more just for backstabs. It's not really for fighting enemies. This is, I can't remember his name, but he will give us something. Hello there. You'll probably learn more from my playthrough than you did from your own. Yeah, this is Moglin. He's the armorer. Let me see if we can actually buy anything from him. Is he selling anything good right now? So the weird thing about Moglin is that, if I remember correctly, he actually upgrades his inventory the more you spend. So it creates a weird dynamic where you don't really want to buy all of his items. You want to buy just enough to get him to expand his shop. I would really like the Silver Eagle Kite Shield. Let me see if I can get... no, actually I wouldn't, because I don't have 10 strength. Can you guys actually hear them talking or not? Let me know, because if you can't hear them, I'm not going to keep muting my microphone, but if you can hear them, I need to mute it. I don't know why they choose to just stand out in the hallway and talk to each other instead of going into their apartments and talking to each other. Estus Flask Shard. We can use that to upgrade our Estus Flask, which we'll probably do in a moment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a pig over here that's pretty difficult to kill. If I spend 4,000 souls, I get access to the Elite Knight set. Yeah, that's the one I like too. I think that's the one with the open visor. These pigs take a while to kill. They're actually pretty dangerous too. And if I'm not mistaken, they don't actually give very much. I can't remember what they give. I think they have like a rare chance of dropping an item, like a useful item. But I don't remember what it is. It's been too long since I played. God, they have way too much HP. And they're so hard to hit, by the way. The game like intentionally made it extremely difficult to hit them. You know what? I'm not fighting these pigs. Get out of here. Run away. Let's go upgrade our Estus Flask. We'll come back and explore the other houses in a minute. You missed my the live stream from Saturday. Can I recap what happened? Yeah, I just recruited Morgan in Fire Emblem Awakening. We cleared Morgan's map, and then I was going to do some more stuff, but I was having internet problems. Actually, I should probably talk about that. I was having internet problems, and I had to end the stream early because the stream kept cutting out. Hold on a second. Oh my god. Sorry about that. It's just like, I swear to God, I don't, they, like, just have like some basic decency. Like, don't stand out in the hallway in an apartment building where other people live and yell loudly. Like, it's not that hard. It's like the most basic common decency. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying now because I got so angry about them yelling at each other. The open helmet is actually from the normal night set. Okay, I remember where that is too. I believe it's in the sewers, which is probably in the direction we're going to be heading soon. You're hoping that Millie can find games that she enjoys to play. She really wants to play Professor Layton, I know that for sure. She has mentioned it to me, honestly, more times in the last week than I can count. Something about it really appealed to her. I think it's something that something about it that somebody said during the chat stream that made her really want to play it. I think it's because it's like a collection of puzzle games, and she likes the cartoonish art style. I thought she liked anime more than cartoons. I guess she likes both. Yeah, the Fire Emblem stream, that was, I would say, 100% accurate clickbait. So in that stream, I was recruiting Morgan, who is the daughter of the main character. So I made a funny stream title, like, I'm going to become a dad or something like that. And I made an awesome thumbnail. It's one of my favorite thumbnails I've ever made. Greater, stronger souls. Okay, so we have to make our souls stronger so that we can meet the king. What is your relationship? You should probably Google it and see what Google thinks. Yeah, we'll give her the Estus Flask shard. This should give us, I think, this either gives us +1 or it gives us 2 Estus Flasks. So we can use the Estus Flask twice now every time we rest. So from here, there's a couple different directions we can go. This way leads to the forest. This path over here leads to the way that I eventually want to go, where I believe I can get the night set. So we might go through this path first. There's also 2 more buildings I have not explored, so I'm going to explore those. That's specifically the answer I was told to give, by the way. We've already had this conversation. Usually every time, not so much when I'm streaming, but anytime that she finishes her stream, she and I usually have a conversation about how the stream went and things like that. But we've also had conversations about other things. And she told me that if anybody asks about like our relationship or anything like that, or like what our what our connection is, that I should just tell people to Google it. So I don't know. That's what it is. This is a talking cat, by the way. Undead, are we? Yeah, the night set's down in the sewers. I remember a lot of things. She thinks I'm ready to fall apart. I look just like a human. Can you see? It's like the sassiest cat ever, by the way. You can actually swing your weapon during dialogue. Xiaoqua. Enchanté. Real Dark Souls 2 enjoyers go to Hade's Flame Tower and farm the Lost Knight for every piece of their armor first. Oh, dude, the Hade Knight armor is awesome. The only thing she sells are very expensive rings, which I can't afford right now, and then a couple of consumables, which I don't particularly need. So I don't really need to do much with her. She lets you check your covenant status or leave the covenant that you're currently in. We're not going to do any covenant stuff yet. There is a covenant over here, up on that ridge that I was just walking around on. It's called the Covenant of Champions. What it does is that essentially increases the difficulty of the game to New Game Plus on a fresh playthrough. I really love that mechanic. That's such an awesome idea. It's a really fun way to increase the difficulty of the game. Like if you want to challenge yourself. If you have enough health, you can actually survive jumping down this well, or later on you can get someone to build a ladder. I know the route to jump down, but I don't remember how much health I need, so we're gonna have to come back and do this later once I'm sure that I have enough health. I do want to explore this building first. No, I don't. I need the key. Okay, let's go to Hade's Flame Tower first. Yeah, the Hade Knight, honestly, like all of the Hade Knight equipment is awesome. It either looks very cool, like the armor set looks very cool, or it has like really good stats, like the Hade Knight swords and Hade Knight lance. I think it's either a lance or a spear. Is very cool. We can't use the contraption yet, but we can go this way. Am I misremembering? Is the knight set here? Someone else said it was here, so it must be here. I think there's like a broken straight sword over here too, which is kind of funny. So right now our options for attacking is either a dagger or a broken sword. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? It helps it to, if you remove your weight, if you remove your equipment for fall damage. Yeah, I know that. This is the Crimson Parma. It's not the best shield, but it's probably the best that we have access to, so we might as well use it for now. It can parry, which is cool. It can also block some damage. It doesn't block enough damage, but it blocks some. We'll open this thing here. We can go through this. So there's a weird mechanic in this where a lot of times you can't go through the gaps until the door opens a certain amount. It's not a problem with this door, but there are some doors where like it looks like you should be able to walk through, but you can't until it opens all the way. It just has to do with textures, I guess. This is the broken sword? Yeah, broken thief sword, okay. Let's see how it compares to the dagger, because it might actually be stronger as like a weapon. No, our damage will go down a lot. Oh, it's actually specifically because we don't have enough strength. If we had more strength, the broken thief sword would be better. We might be able to dual wield it. So a lot of times, if you dual wield a weapon, yeah, so this makes it so you can equip weapons that you don't have enough strength for. If you, sorry, not dual wield, two-hand. If you hold a weapon in two hands, you can equip it even if your strength score isn't high enough. This is actually going to be a lot stronger than the dagger we were using, especially because with the two-handed moveset, we're going to be dealing more damage. It has a little bit more reach. So here are the Hade Knights. I'm going to leave them alone for now. I think for the most part they won't attack us unless we attack them first, if I remember correctly. But if you attack one, I think they all become hostile. I don't want to fight this guy yet. I want to go down here. Activate this bonfire. We really need a better weapon if we're going to be fighting these guys. Yeah, we don't deal very much damage to them at all. Oh, rolled too early. It's okay. I could probably kill one. The soul level 1 run is really fun because in that mode your stats are so low you can't equip most weapons. It really drastically changes how you play the game. Pretty sure I can take one more hit, so I don't need to heal yet. Now I need to heal badly. So typically I recommend healing at a point where you would otherwise normally attack. That because normally, like if you think about it, you normally attack when an enemy is in cooldown, And so if you heal while they're in cooldown instead of attacking while they're in cooldown, you normally get like a free safe heal off. I need to be a little bit careful about my stamina. I'm being a little bit too reckless with it. That's better. This is definitely not supposed to be the first area you go to. They want you to go to Forest of Fallen Giants first. I usually go to Hades Tower first, but as you can see, this enemy's quite strong. It's going to take me a while to chip down his health. I could also just run past all these enemies instead of trying to fight them. One thing about Hades Tower of Flame is that you can just run past everything in this level, but they do give a good amount of souls. For the point that I'm at in the game, the amount of souls that he gives is quite good. So they're kind of worth fighting. Hey Danny Doyle, welcome to the stream. Good to see you today. Two-handed makes your strength go up by 1.5. I can't remember if they added that in this game or not, if it was in the later game. If it wasn't added until Dark Souls 3, but you might be right. Should I use the Morning Star? Let's see if I have enough strength for it. I put it in my item box already, so I'd have to take it back out. But actually, honestly, using the Morning Star might be a good idea. Let's see if we can equip the Morning Star and grab it. Dark Soul. Oh, yeah, I'm in the early game and I'm not using a crushing weapon. Yeah, I should probably get that Morning Star out, honestly. I don't know why I put it in the box. I wasn't really thinking. Oh, well, where is it? Oh, there it is. I see it. I have to go over here. I think I can equip it. Even though I don't have enough strength, I can two-hand it like the way that I'm two-handing the Thief's Sword. 15 might be too high, actually. Yeah, 15's too high, so we can't actually use the Morning Star with our current strength. So even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. So we have to just keep the Broken Thief's Sword for now. It is what it is. We can actually kill the boss of this area without ever hitting him. I might show that off. Could be fun to see. I'm pretty sure anyone in here who has played the game before knows about this, but for those of you who are watching who haven't played the game before, this might be fun for you to see. This area you can basically run through without fighting anything, and then you can also kill the boss without actually attacking him. It makes this a very popular first place to go if you're like speedrunning or doing a challenge run, as opposed to where the game wants me to go, which is the Forest of Fallen Giants. So I can run past these guys. And then in here, there's like a big arena with like 3 guys who want to fight me. Do I want to fight them? The answer seems to be no. What's really cool is that this guy will actually duel you one-on-one. And the other ones won't attack until after you finish fighting him. But as a result, it makes them even easier to run past. You can't stay very long, but you love Dark Souls 2? I love Dark Souls 2 as well. I think it's very underrated. Let's see, they have slash resistance. Yeah, they have slash resistance and they're weak against strike damage. But the Broken Thief's Sword is the only weapon we have that we can use, so we're gonna use it. All right, let's kill the boss with the glitch. I'll show it to you guys. Oh, I completely forgot that in this game you don't get immunity while going through doors. All right, I should be able to go through now. Nope. All right, we're not gonna make it this time. I kind of stuck myself in a corner. So it's been way too long since I played this game. I completely forgot that you don't get immunity while going through doors. In Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring, you get immunity as soon as you start going through the door. In this game, that is not the case. So we have to make sure that we go through the door at a time where the enemy cannot hit us. Otherwise, he will break us out of the door opening animation. And then we will... oh, by the way, we just got turned into a zombie, so that's pretty cool. So once you die, you get turned into a zombie. We can use the human effigy to go back to normal. There's not any particular reason to do that right now. If you die a bunch of times, your health starts to go down, and so you have to use the human effigy to make it go back up. What I always found interesting is that people complained about the health decreasing mechanic in this game, which just completely blows my mind, because Demon Souls, if you die in Demon Souls, you lost, like, I think 25 to 50% of your health immediately. Like, you die one time and you just lose, like, a huge chunk of your health bar. And Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring essentially work the same way, although they kind of make it sound like they reward you, like you get extra health for using, like, for example, you think the game makes you think that you're getting extra health for using a Great Rune, but then when you die, it goes away. So it's basically the same mechanic. If you get hit, or if you die, you lose, you know, a portion of your health. But for some reason, people only complain about it in Dark Souls 2, even though Dark Souls 2 is by far the most forgiving one. So I think he'll walk off the edge now. He did not. I can't remember how to do it then. It's been too long since I've done it. Maybe it's here? I might have messed up my chance to get him to walk off the edge. I know how to make him do it right at the start, but I haven't done it in so long. Now I have to heal myself. I can probably just kill him, but it'll take a while. Let me go back to the door and see if I can get him to walk off the edge now. No, he's not going to do it. So when you first walk through the door, he always runs forward and does his thrusting attack. And if you do it in the right position, you can trick him into walking off the edge. But now I can't do it because he won't do his thrusting attack. Because he's not as stupid as he was at the very start of the fight. Because at the start, he's always programmed to immediately do his thrusting attack, which you can kind of use to your advantage to make him walk off the edge. I can just walk around him, though, and keep hitting him. I have to be careful because my ADP is very low. In this game, you have to level up your adaptability to get more frames while you're dodging. Otherwise, you have right now I probably have like close to the minimum number of frames. Explorer starts with a good adaptability stat, so I probably have a little bit more than the minimum dodge, but it's not great. We can make it much better. I can kind of just chip away at his health, though. I can't get him to walk off the edge, but like it's very unlikely that he'll be able to kill me. Just because I know how to fight this boss already. I've done it on Soul Level 1. I can do it with a basic Explorer build, even using the Thief Sword. In fact, I'm sure I've done it using the Broken Thief Sword before. One thing I have to be careful about is my stamina. I'm letting it get very low. And those sideways swings, too, they can also clip you, even while you're dodging. The tricky part is going to be when my weapon breaks, which is definitely going to happen. Oh, okay, he knocked him at the edge. Well, we get another chance to cheese him. In Demon Souls, it's 50%. Gotcha. It's 7 steps forward, and then you run by his side. I've done Soul Level 1. I think I used to have videos on my channel of some of the boss fights from Soul Level 1. I might have privated them all. I'm not sure. They were from a while ago. I also was attempting to do No Death, No Bonfire, but I never completed a run. I probably should have just done them separately. Like, if you do a No Death run, it's not that bad. If you do a No Bonfire run, it's not that bad. Trying to do No Death plus No Bonfire makes, like, both conditions significantly harder. Alright, instead of doing that, let's actually take our time slowly and go through the area. Especially because we just lost all those souls. We're not going to get them back unless we cheese the boss out. The only thing is I wish I had crushing damage. I wonder if we actually should go to Forest. Like, if we're intending to do a slow play, it might actually be a good idea to go to Forest of Fallen Giants. Get some levels, get some better equipment before coming back here, and then actually explore this place in good faith, instead of trying to run through and cheese the boss. I think I may do that. Let me just kill this guy, and then we'll go check out the forest. This is like a preview for how I'm going to be fighting the boss if I have to do this again. I'm pretty sure that's a lot less fun to watch compared to me actually fighting him the way that makes sense, that a logical person with a brain would do. One cool thing about Dark Souls 2 is that there's a lot of reason to use like a combination of really fast attacks can oftentimes be a better decision than like one strong attack or 2 strong attacks, which is really cool. You see this a lot with the rapier, especially. The rapier is like really broken in this game because it attacks so quickly. And you're kind of seeing this here, like me attacking him a bunch of times really fast is actually going much better for me than if I was to just like use my heavy attack. Okay, so one awesome thing about Dark Souls 2 is they added fast travel back into the game. My brain will never understand why they removed fast travel in Dark Souls 1. It makes no sense. It was one of the worst, in my opinion, one of the worst decisions in the history of the franchise. They had fast travel in Demon Souls, and then they just like removed it from Dark Souls 1 with no, like, for no explanation, no reason whatsoever. Thankfully, they added it back to Dark Souls 2, so we're winning again. We don't have to walk everywhere. I hate games that make you walk everywhere. Gianni, you love Dark Souls 1? I mean, I like Dark Souls 1, I just don't like walking everywhere. Have I ever watched Yemfa's videos? Yeah, I've watched a couple. I've watched like a ton of like random Dark Souls and other related videos. If you don't know, Bloodborne is my favorite game, but Dark Souls 2 is pretty high up there as well. Definitely I rate Dark Souls 2 higher than most. What is over here? Oh, this is just a sewer grate. I was trying to remember what that door was. I couldn't remember, and that's because it's actually nothing. Gabriel, you think Dark Souls 2 is peak? It's actually pretty good. It's really good. It's very underrated. Danny, you're heading out. Alright, have a good day. You're probably already gone, but either way, have a good day. Draconis, you're also heading out soon. No worries. I'm honestly mostly at this point just playing the game for my own enjoyment. And I figured I would just stream it. Just because, I mean, streaming is better than not streaming, I would probably say. This is one of those weird doors. I think I can't walk through it immediately. Yeah, like I can't walk through it until it's open all the way, but then it also shuts pretty fast, so you have to be pretty proactive about getting through that door. One thing about this game is that your weapon can break, and the durability of your weapon decreases based on the frame rate of the game. And as a result, in Scholar, the version that I'm playing now, the weapons actually break faster because this game has a higher FPS, which is kind of funny. The reason that happens is because your weapon spends more frames inside of the enemy while you're hitting them, because the game processes more frames per second, essentially. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I can jump over there. You have to really be careful about lining it up, but I would like to do so if I can do so. Got it. I've nailed all the jumps first try so far. That's a really good sign. It means I have not completely degraded on my mastery of the controls. No, I think that ogre won't attack me as long as I get out of the river. Like I don't think he walks up here unless you really provoke him. Let me get my dagger back. Oh, watch out. I'd really like to get a better weapon soon. So it looks like my R2 does not chain into my R1. That's why I keep dropping attacks. Because I'm trying to R1 into R2. I should just stick with one attack type. I can get a wood bonk from the merchant. Yeah, I can get a club. Ooh, I got a bandit knife. Nice. That's probably going to be by far the best weapon I have. I need a little bit more dexterity though. But that's fine, we're going for a dex build, so we'll get it soon. We'll get the requirements for the bandit knife soon. We can use that to replace our dagger. I think it's I'm pretty sure if you're running a dex build, the bandit knife is just the same as the dagger, but just like better. Let's just kill all these guys, because some of them will drop items that we want. Got a throwing knife. That's, excuse me, moderately useful. Yeah, we should be able to get a club, and I'm pretty sure all classes in the game have the minimum requirements to wield the club, because I definitely remember even using it in my soul level 1 run. Actually, I remember the club being pretty epic in a soul level 1 run. I can also get a short sword. Yeah, you get the short sword pretty fast. It's up on the, like the tower, on the ramparts. I know exactly what you're talking about. Trust me, I probably remember where, like, everything in this game is. Especially, like, as we play a little bit more, I'm going to be just pretty quickly getting back into the rhythm of things and remembering where everything is. That was annoying. Lucky headshot there. I'm actually going to use a life gem here. Get some slow healing. Gotta be careful about those ones with the round shield, they will parry you. Got throwing knife. I think they can just parry you anytime they want. They don't need to go into a parrying stance, if I remember correctly. That archer is really getting on my nerves, by the way. Let me use another life gem here. If we use life gems for slow healing over time, we can sustain, so we can explore a little bit more without having to constantly keep going back to the bonfire. The better you are at managing the camera, the better you are at fighting multiple enemies too. That helps a lot. Oh, come on, another lucky headshot. When the enemy shoots you in the head, you get stunned. Which probably makes sense, honestly. If you get shot in the head in real life, you'd probably just... I mean, you probably wouldn't be moving very much. Oh, watch out, there's an axe guy behind me. Yeah, a lot of the enemies have very slow, very telegraphed attacks. Once you learn the patterns, it can feel very much like a turn-based RPG, where you just like take turns attacking. You wait for them to attack, and then you go through and attack them. I think there's another guy over here. if I'm not mistaken. He's probably gonna jump out of the water soon. Yeah, there he is. Nope, that's not him. I must have woken him up earlier somehow. Yeah, the short sword's right up here. Problem is there's a lot of enemies up here. This up here is actually a pretty tricky encounter. I would say this is probably the first difficulty check in the game. Getting past this encounter is tough. There are archers that are going to be shooting at us, and we're going to be surrounded by enemies. The trick is, if you run away, you won't wake up any of the enemies. Then you can kind of take your time waking them up one at a time while avoiding the arrows. If you panic and you start running around, you'll wake up all of the enemies very quickly, and then you have to deal with a bunch of enemies. But if you just take your time, you can just fight one enemy. You can also go up here and clear the archers out first. So before we go back and start waking up, back up and start waking up the other enemies, we'll clear out this area first. I actually forgot about this guy. I believe this guy was added in Scholar. I don't think he was in the original. Our broken sword is getting close to being useless, but that's okay. We're going to get a short sword very soon. It's right up here. I might try parrying an enemy soon. I haven't done any parries yet. I think this might be the short sword. No, it's on the other side. I have to jump to get it. We're going to have to nail another jump. Gotta be very careful because this game has fixed directional movement. This guy should be parryable. Oh, actually, I think I can just backstab him. Nope. I can parry him. Got the parry, first try. Okay, I've nailed every jump so far, and I got my first parry attempt. I think I still have the controls figured out. Okay, so this should be the short sword. There we go. Definitely going to equip that right away over the broken sword. So it's short sword. Wow, we do not have the stats for the short sword, guys. We're in trouble. We need a little bit of stats. Our stats are a little bit low right now. We can level up soon, though. We've got a lot of souls. Let's just have the dagger carry us for now. So one of the problems is that we can't really use the items with the stats that we don't have, because what will happen is, I believe your character actually swings the weapon very slowly. It's not just that your damage is lower, but your character, it actually switches you to an alternate moveset with like a slower swing speed and other penalties. So it's a really bad idea to equip weapons when you don't have the requirements, because not only are your attacks going to be weak, but you're also going to... did I pick up any firebombs yet? No. I'm actually going to save these witching urns for later. I'm pretty sure you pick up firebombs at some point very soon, and then you can use those. I don't like parrying these soldiers up here, like the bandit soldiers, but the ones that have the armor and like the bigger swords tends to be a little bit easier to parry. Alright, let me try to wake these guys up like one at a time, one or two at a time. Wake up this guy. Come over here. Yeah, this guy doesn't even have a weapon, so it's like not even worth parrying him. That's the combo that I like. Ooh, we got a hollow infantry helm. Let's put that on. Hollow infantry helm is actually pretty cool. Out of like the low tier helms, it's actually one of the ones I really like. That looks pretty sick. It would look cooler if we actually had a human face instead of a zombie face, but it is what it is. Alright, you come over here. So, R1, R1, R2, R2. Oh, didn't quite kill him that time. So it looks like my R1 does chain into my R2, but my R2 does not chain back into my R1. So that's the thing I have to be careful of. Ah, that's why I got counter damage last time. Okay. So if you get counter damage, you kill him in 4 hits. If you don't get counter damage, you will not kill him in 4 hits. This guy we might be able to parry. Got him. Took me 2 attempts. Oh, I messed up the timing though. It's really hard for me to parry his first attack, but I can parry the second one. I say that and then I immediately drop it. Alright, let's use a life gem. Alright, let's just kill him. Yeah, I'm not as good at parrying that move. I do want to kill all these guys. They give a honestly pretty decent amount of souls for like what we need. Alright, let's try to parry this one again. Too early. I'm doing it too early. That like wasn't even an attack. There we go. You have to wait till they fall down and then push the button. In Demon Souls, you have to press the parry button like immediately. Like as soon as you parry the enemy, you have to push the button right away to get the parry. In this game, you have to like wait till they fall on the ground. There you go. Okay, I got it now. Hello, Fluffy. Is this my first Souls stream? No, not at all. I've been streaming Dark Souls and Bloodborne for years, long before I ever made any other content on my channel. It's pretty much originally, that was the main thing on my channel, was Dark Souls and Bloodborne stuff. Darn, I missed it that time. I was just really in the mood to play Dark Souls 2 again, and I haven't played or streamed it for a while, so I decided to do so. How are you doing today, Fluffy? I don't like trying to parry those delayed attacks. So what I typically like to do is use life gems for sustained healing while exploring, and then if I get into a tricky situation, like where my health is really low and I need to recover right away, that's when I'll use my flasks. I think that's a better use of the flask for like when you actually need, you know, immediate healing. All right, we can parry this guy. Not if he does that combo. Okay, hold on. Use your other combo again. Use the one I know how to parry. There you go. No, that's not it. Okay, I can parry that one. So for that combo, I just parried the third attack. For the other one, I parried the second attack. And this guy, I think, is still alive. There you go. Okay, we got all the enemies. Honestly, we got like 600 souls out of that. I think we were around 1,000 when we came in here. And honestly, for just using the dagger, we're doing pretty good. There's a couple ambushes in here. There's like enemies who will wake up and attack me. If I get behind him, I can backstab him, but I don't really need to. I can just do this. You're so used to seeing Fire Emblem, you were surprised to see a Soul stream. You like both series and both genres? Yeah, me too. Honestly, like Fire Emblem and Dark Souls are probably like near the top of my gaming list for games that I love. But yeah, if you'd seen like any of the old stuff on my channel, like from 2 or 3 years ago, it was actually mostly Bloodborne and a little bit of like Dark Souls. This is one of the first times I've played any Souls game in a while, though. I think I streamed Bloodborne like one time this year, or maybe like near the end of last year. But other than that, I haven't played much Souls stuff recently. I've been very into Fire Emblem recently, so I've been making a lot of Fire Emblem content. We can use these later when we grab the crossbow. Crossbow is one of the very few exceptions to the rule that I talked about earlier. If you basically any character can equip and use the crossbow, which is kind of funny. It doesn't, like, it has stat requirements listed, but you don't actually need the stat requirements to wield it. First try parry. With the critical damage from the dagger, we can kill him in one hit. With this one, we parry the third hit. Get him. Honestly, the only reason he hit us is because we were in the process of parrying another enemy. That went pretty well. I'm really enjoying this parry-focused playstyle, and it's very good for the dexterity build that we're planning on using. You're doing pretty good. You're just catching the stream while finishing your work. What kind of work are you doing? They let you watch streams while you're working? Oh, forgot about that firebomb guy. I think he was added in Scholar. So I actually have played the original Dark Souls 2 a lot more than I played Scholar. So it can be very easy for me to forget about certain ambushes that are only in this game, that are not in the other game. I could be wrong, I could just be misremembering. But I think that guy might have been added in Scholar, the guy with the firebombs. Am I wrong about that? There's an archer over there. Oh, come on. The archers in this game are definitely the more annoying enemies. Honestly, I can use a life gem here. It's only worth 100 souls. I'd rather lose 100 souls by wasting a life gem than lose significantly more by dying. Alright, come over here where the archer can't see me. See, he wants to stay in the archer's range, which is very smart of him. I want to stay out of the archer's range, which is very smart of me. Alright, I got them. Now I can just run around and ignore this archer. Got a firebomb, that's nice. Got a hollow infantry helm. I think I got a couple of those already. What is my favorite weapon in Dark Souls 2? I specifically remember really loving the bastard sword. but I haven't played in a while, so we might find other weapons that we enjoy more. I want to see if the buckler is better or worse than the Crimson Parma. If I'm not mistaken, I think it has extra parry frames, but it's otherwise weaker at blocking attacks. Actually, no, it's pretty good at blocking attacks. It requires more stats than what I have, though. And maybe it has the same parry frames. I'm not sure. I know that if I remember correctly, there's one shield in this game that has like specifically like extra like parry frames, and I think it is the buckler, but I'm not sure. You work from home, so as long as you're not in meetings, it's fine to have streams running in the background. Oh, okay, that's cool. The firebomb guy is in the vanilla version. Oh, okay. I guess I'm just misremembering. There is a bonfire in here, but I want to go over here and get rid of this guy first. Oh, too early. Honestly, I could probably just stab him to death. I don't need to parry him. Kind of wasting my time there. More free witching urns. We got a bunch of those now. And then now we can finally access this merchant who's going to open up a lot of possibilities for us. So many possibilities. When we rest at this bonfire, we will also repair our items. Do I want to do that yet? Yeah, now's fine to do it. In fact, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back, guys. Then we'll go talk to the merchant. I recommend going and drinking some water as well, if you haven't drank any water recently. And I'm back already. Look how fast I am sometimes. Alright. Let's go to our item box. Let's put away the things that we can't use. So I'm probably... What did this require? I can't see it now. Well, let's just keep everything for now. We'll put items away later. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We're definitely not going to use that. I feel like... I'm pretty sure the buckler has more parry frames than the Crimson Parma. I feel pretty confident about that. Alright, let's go talk to the merchant. It's an old woman. She has like smoke drifting off of her body. Do you see that? There's like a black fog around her. I don't think I ever noticed that before. By the way, I think if you talk to her, she'll give you something. But we'll think about that later. Okay, so this is Leningrast's key. This opens the blacksmith shop in Majula. We definitely need that. It's pretty expensive. We can buy a couple of basic items from her, like the hand axe and the club. I think we can... I thought any character could use the club, because you can use it even on soul level 1, but I might be wrong. You might actually need a little bit of extra strength, because the soul level 1 character might have more strength than we have, because their stats are more balanced, whereas we specifically have nerfed strength score. I can't remember if our two-handed effective strength is 9 or if it's 12, because if it's 9, we can use the hand axe. Well, the hand axe is actually going to scale better with our stats anyway. The problem is the hand axe is also a slashing weapon. We really want a striking weapon. You guessed this game doesn't have lock touch. Let me think. So there's specific things that you need to open up locks in this game. There's not really like any skill or any inherent quality that you can get that allows you to open locks. I'm going to leave this hand axe alone for now, because when we go to Leningrast's shop, he's actually going to sell us more things. Before I go to talk to Leningrast, though, I actually want to go this way first. There's also another fun little exploit that I will show off. Actually, I don't know if it's an exploit. This one actually might have been intentional, but I'll show it anyway. But before that... Oh, this door is locked. No, hold on a second. This door is actually... So this is a special door. It's locked from the inside, and there is no key that opens it. What you actually need to do is just hit it until it breaks. You're not really intended to find a key to open this door. It just like opens like from hitting it. This is an example of a room where they added darkness, so there is a reason to bring your torch into this room, although I'm not going to do so. Mainly because I know it's a very small room, so I'd rather not waste the time on my torch. I'll just explore it quickly and then get out of here. Back into the light. Oh, see, there's a free hand axe in here too, so we don't even need to buy that hand axe. No reason to buy a hand axe when you get one for free. There's also something here. This should be a small leather shield and a repair powder. Now, I think the small leather shield has worse parrying. No, it has regular small parrying. What's the difference? It has lower stat requirements. Doesn't really matter, but it's also lighter. It's worse at blocking magic and darkness, which doesn't really matter, but it also has worse stability, which is bad for us because we don't have a lot of stamina right now. We actually want the shield with better stability. Now there is an enemy in here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there he is. What does he have? It's another sword guy. I really want to parry him. It won't do the attack that I know how to parry. There we go. Is this a regular playthrough or a type of challenge run? I've done many challenge runs in the past, but I actually just wanted to do a slow playthrough for this. It's just going to be like a regular slow play, basically. Small white signed soapstone. You can use this to leave messages for other players, and then a radiant life gem, which is like not really used for anything. I mean, it's just another healing item. Alright, if you drop onto this route, you can get another free item right here, Divine Blessing. And then, do we have a firebomb? I think we have exactly one. If I'm not mistaken, we have one firebomb. Yeah, we have one. If you throw a firebomb at this wall right here, it hits the barrels that are on the other side of the wall, which are so you're supposed to blow up those barrels from the other side, and it opens up a shortcut here that allows you to get through this wall. But if you throw a firebomb at the wall from this side, it actually blows them up anyway, and you can open up the shortcut from this side. Oh. I missed, or it didn't work. I'm not sure. Okay, well, you'll have to trust me. It works if you know what you're doing. Alright, let's go back to Majula. We can possibly level up, or maybe buy like a better item, or just open up the blacksmith shop. I think there's something in there too. There might be like a free item in there. Although I can't remember what it is. It could just be like an upgrade material. We definitely need to level up at some point in the future. Let's go in here first. We'll loot the shop. Yeah, there's an item here. You have to be closer to the wall in order to open the shortcut. Okay, so yeah, it probably is an exploit in that case. Because what that likely means is that it happens only when the barrels are loaded in, and you have to be close to them in order to load them in. If I had to guess, that's probably the intention. But I could be wrong. It could be. It might be an intentional. I mean, there are intentional walls that you can blow up, so it could be an intentional thing. This is dangerous work. Another useless traveler. Okay, so we can reinforce if we want to, but we don't really have a specific item that we want to reinforce yet. The short sword is nice, but it's like not that great. The hand axe is nice, but it's not that great. Hand axe might be among the best thing that we have access to right now. The good thing is that he sells other weapons, so we can get a look at what weapons we might want to use and maybe invest into like one of those. The rapier is extremely good in this game, and we're planning to run a dex build anyway. So it might be a good idea to buy one now, and then think about leveling up our dexterity. I don't see any reason not to do that, unless I wanted to get the falchion instead. But honestly, the rapier is actually better for pure dex builds. We won't have to raise our strength score. We're probably going to raise it later anyway, but I like the idea of getting the rapier soon. I'm also just going to buy some wooden arrows because we just got a bow. See if the bow has any requirements either. So we need a little bit more strength and a little bit more dex for the bow. For the rapier, we just need a little bit more dex. How much do we have? That's a good question. We have 6 dexterity. Okay, we actually need a lot more dexterity. We might have consumable items we can use to level up. We actually have a couple. Let's use all of our consumable items and see if we can level up enough to equip some weapons before we do any more exploring. If not, we'll just use the hand axe for now. So our target numbers are 7 strength and 12 dexterity. Let's see if we can do that. So is 12 dexterity possible? It doesn't look it's going to be possible. The most we can get right now is 10. Let me look at my strength options that I have. I want to think about shields in the future too. The guy over here sells the Royal Knight Shield, or the Kite Shield, which is pretty good. It's like one of the better shields in the game for its weight and value and damage reduction. He does sell it. Okay, the Silver Eagle Kite Shield. So this requires 10 strength. So we're probably going to get 10 strength at some point in the future, but I don't necessarily know if we should push all the way to 10 right now. So let me look at weapons instead. Anything that I can equip that will actually make like a big difference in the like immediate term. Probably going to 9 strength for the hand axe would be the best play right now, but that's not really dex build. Honestly, let's just start raising our dexterity, and we'll equip the rapier when we get a few more levels. Yeah, the longsword's very good in this game too. A lot of the basic weapons in this game are very good. The rapier is good, the longsword is good, the mace is extremely good, the club is good. I think the mace and the rapier are considered the best weapons in this game for either pure strength or pure dexterity builds. Alright, let's just go like this, and then next level, or next time we get more souls, we will level up dexterity to 12 so that we can start using the rapier. But before that, we're going to have to do some more exploring. For now, we are stuck with... I think we're stuck with the dagger. Or the broken straight sword. Broken straight sword is actually... looks like it's better than the broken thief sword, right? Yeah, significantly better, and it has, like, easier stat requirements, too. That's 96 damage. And then we can equip the dagger into our second slot. So we can actually use this broken straight sword pretty effectively. This honestly works pretty similarly to the broadsword. Has a similar moveset, similar attacking style, damage and everything. It just has very low stat requirements. So it's like a broadsword that you can use before you level up any of your other stats. Alright, let's go back to the Cardinal Tower. you end up using the Claymore on all of your runs. I like the Bastard Sword more than the Claymore. I love the Bastard Sword moveset in this game. It's so flashy, but it's also really good. I typically end up using the Bastard Sword on, like, if I don't know what I'm going to do with a build, I'll just, like, eventually get the Bastard Sword. Anyway, because we wasted our Firebomb, we can't blow up this wall now, so let's just do it. Let's just go the long way. I was probably going to go the long way anyway, but I wanted to show the shortcut opening. And this is fine. Yeah, we're doing a lot more damage now. This should be a one-way door. The one thing I like is while they're falling down, that gives you time to switch to your dagger for bonus critical damage. I'm a man of culture. I have good taste in more than a few things. Parry God over here. I've honestly practiced parrying against like these enemies, especially in this first area, so much because of all the challenge runs I did in the past. This might be a destroyable door, but no, I think that's just a regular locked door. There is a dark hallway over here to the right. We're not going to go down there yet because it's kind of annoying to explore in the dark. It also probably needs a key, yeah. It's kind of annoying to explore in the dark, and there's also a lot of tough enemies over there anyway. Yeah, we can just unlock a lot of them to death before they can do anything. There's a whole side area over here full of enemies. Before we drop down there, I want to go up here first. I'm not going to try to fight the pursuer yet, but I might try to do an early pursuer kill once I'm ready, like once I actually have my weapon. Gotta be careful, because I think there's guys that throw firebombs around here. These guys are also going to be very tough without any strike damage. I think I can backstab them, though. Oh, that did not work. Can you not backstab them? Am I crazy? I thought you could backstab them. Oh, he has fire damage on his weapon. That's what it is. I knew there was a way that those barrels would sometime explode. Oh, I just wasted the life gem. Oh well. Can you parry them? Definitely not that attack. Yeah. Maybe you can't backstab them. It's been too long since I played this. Killing this guy is good because it stops him from constantly shooting at you while you're trying to explore that area over there. These are the barrels that I'm supposed to destroy, but now I don't have a firebomb. I have to get one. I think you can actually get the enemy to throw the firebomb over there for you, too. I just woke up like a bunch of enemies. I don't even know how. Awesome broadsword moveset in play right there. Thought there was a way to kick shields rather than just pushing them aside. Haven't done it in a while though. There's so much stuff I don't remember how to do. Oh, you can't backstab those guys? Okay. Yeah, if he doesn't throw it at the barrels, he won't actually blow them up. And he's actually pretty bad at hitting them. There you go. This blows up the wall, which allows us to go back through the shortcut. We can use this. Oops. We can use this to level up and get access to the rapier soon. Before that, I'm going to go explore this side area. We've got a couple more life gems we can use, and then eventually we will get access to a life gem vendor, which is going to be a lot better. So the only problem with using these broken swords... Oh, that's the guy we pushed off the ledge earlier. The only problem with using these broken swords is that they lose durability very fast. But we actually have two of them, so we can use like multiple broken swords if we really want to. Alright, I'd like to go here first, yeah. Might not be able to... Okay. I don't know if I could crit him because he's standing on a slope. I'm very close to dying. This is a good time to use the Estus to get that fast heal. Okay. Did I not equip my bow? That's fine. I actually remember I typically use the throwing knives for this guy, just to stop him from shooting at me constantly. Once you get rid of him, it makes a lot of the rest of this, clearing a lot of the rest of this section a lot easier. Now I'm ready to probably drop over here now. I think there might be an enemy in here. Could I be wrong? No, there's nothing in here. Oh, another torch. So that should add another, I think, it either adds like 30 minutes or 5 minutes to your torch. They removed the kick in Dark Souls 2. Okay. Couldn't remember. But you can still push shields aside with that input right there, which is kind of tricky to pull off. This guy's very annoying to fight. It's a lot better if you can draw him out the way I just did. But then I also just made a completely nonsensical attack against him. But yeah, this is why I mostly use life gems for healing, is so that when I get into that situation, like the one where my health was very low, I can use the Estus Flask to heal immediately. And that kind of helps a lot. Alright, I'm pretty sure you have to drop down here now. You're gonna have to drop down like multiple times and go through the same section multiple times. Ooh, didn't quite kill him. Yeah, so now I killed this guy, and then I just have to drop down again. And climb back up the ladder again. There's a couple of weird sections like this in Dark Souls 2 that are designed in such a way where you... Oh, God, I forgot to grab the item over there while I was there. Okay, hold on. We have to go back up and do it a third time. Where you find yourself, like, having to climb up the same ladder, like, 3 times in a row. There's only one area in Bloodborne that's like this. It's kind of near the start of the game, too. Other than that, I think they did a much... I will say, like, I don't really like some of the level design in some of the newer games, but they did a lot better job at avoiding situations like this where you just end up running back and climbing up the same ladder 3 times. Just because there's, like, 3 different items at the bottom of a pit, but you can only get to them through, like, 3 different paths or something. There's a later section of this game that has that problem, like, really bad. I'll show it when we get there eventually. I'm waiting for him to shoot. He's not going to do it. I want him to shoot first before I jump so he doesn't shoot me while I'm jumping, but he wouldn't shoot. So I guess I'll just jump. Need some more water. Delicious. Alright, let's go. There's an NPC up here. Oops. For some reason, I thought that boulder appeared when you were walking up the hill and then you run back down. I completely forgot it just, like, blindsides you. Alpha C, hydrate or die. Yeah, quite literally. If I don't hydrate, I will eventually die. I will eventually die of dehydration. That was a really good showcase of, like, how you can have so much mastery in a game, but if you don't play it for, like, 8 years... it's very easy to make, like, extremely stupid mistakes. Like, that was a very dumb mistake. Like, I actually knew that boulder was there, and I just walked right into it, because I didn't remember how it worked. Go here. Here. Oh, crap. I just lost all those souls. 2 mistakes. 2 big mistakes right in a row. Awesome. This is what you guys are here for anyway. I like how Faith Build keeps going back up to the top, by the way. Like, who's even voting in this poll? It's like lurkers, like they're just, like, dropping by and they see the poll and then they vote in it. That's so funny. Like, Dexterity and Faith, like, keep swapping between which one's in first place. Alright. It's fine. I mean, honestly, we'll get more souls anyway. The thing about, like, dying and losing a bunch of souls, or, like, what relatively seems like a bunch of souls, is that realistically, like, we're just gonna get way more souls later on anyway. Alright, let's do a much better job of lining up this jump. There you go. But yeah, anyway, realistically, we're gonna get so many, like, souls later on, like, so much faster, that any amount that we get right now, any amount that we lose right now, doesn't even matter. Yeah, see, now it won't come out. What is going on? Did that boulder just troll me, or is it a one-time thing, maybe? Does the boulder position not reset? Now I'm scared. And it also just happened to be at a time when I was not at full health either. Yeah, the boulder's not coming now. Maybe it's a one-time boulder. I'm gonna be angry if this boulder rolls down and hits me again. I thought it was one of the things, like a lot of the boulders in some other games you have to like go like this to get the boulder to come out and then run back around the corner. I was getting ready to do that and then the boulder just like immediately hit me. Okay, there is a guy up here. Oh, okay, he knows I'm here. I was gonna sneak up and backstab him, but I cannot do so. Let us do this instead. I have the wrong weapon now. I wanted this one. This is better for fighting in tight corridors. Oh, I just teabagged him. I don't even know how. I didn't even mean to do that. Playing Elden Ring now, boys. This is Pate. He is definitely a creep. No, this isn't Pate. This is, I don't remember his name. Kale, yeah. This is Kale. I actually knew his name, too. I said his name in my head, like, a minute ago. And then I just, like, said Pate after I walked up to him when I knew it wasn't Pate. Anyway, this is Kale. He's an absolute creep. It has to do with the storyline of the character whose name I can't remember. Basically, like, the assassin questline in this game. The guy that you find and he asks you to go around and kill a bunch of NPCs. He says that Kale was like, you know what, I'm not even going to say it. It's highly suggestive, but yeah. He says that Kale did some things to him while he was like immobilized by magic. It's very strange. It's very weird. And then he asks you to go and kill Kale for him. But Kale also can't remember what he's doing or why he's here, so he gives you his house key, and then we can go back and explore the house now. There is something in the mansion, but it's actually not that dangerous. And then he kind of just, I'm pretty sure I don't think he actually goes back to the mansion. I'm pretty sure he just hangs out here forever. So, because he's already lost his memory, I think. I could be misremembering, I don't remember. But I think I remember having to come back here to kill him though. But either way, what I find really interesting about the assassin questline is that he says that, like, you know, like part of the thing is like he wants you to go around and kill people for no reason. Like, he thinks that killing people for no reason is, like, you know, like part of his religion, or like part of the purpose of his quest line is that it's supposed to be like this emotionless thing where you should be able to just kill people and it doesn't mean anything. But in reality, like, he has reasons that for like wanting to kill all of the people, like Kale. Like, he has a really good reason for wanting to kill Kale. But then he acts like he's like, it's just like no big deal to him. Even though it's very clearly he's doing it for a reason. He's asking you to kill these people for a reason. Alright, let's see if we can get him to blow up this thing again. There we go. Oh, but he blew me up in the process for some reason, even though I was pretty far away. Just killed me. I guess one of the 60 archers that's been shooting at me this entire time. There's way too many archers in this area. It's funny that I survived on 1 health, but then it's kind of sad that I just got killed by a random sniper. Alright, let's try this again. One of the 5,000 archers in this area, I guess. Must have had a hankering to shoot at me. I'm pretty sure there's like some way to get critical damage on these guys, but I don't remember what it is. Alright, come over here, blow one of these things up. Do it in such a way that I don't get blown up. Thank you. Does he got a little bit of health left? He does. Okay, that's the archer who must have been shooting at me last time. Okay, for this guy, I will use the broken sword. I thought there was a way to get a critical attack on this guy, but I can't... If it's possible, I don't remember what it is. Maybe you just hit them one at a time until they die. It's not that bad. I don't know. If you remember how to critical hit those guys, let me know. We got more dexterity too, so our weapons are actually dealing a little bit more damage. Now, I'd really like to be able to equip the rapier before we fight anything, like any major bosses or anything. Let me see if I can get the stats needed. This guy we might be able to backstab. Oh. Oh, his friend is throwing firebombs at us. There you go. How's that feel? He's weak against strike damage. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, I think there's a way to deal a critical hit on them, but I could, like, I don't remember. I could be wrong about it. Alright, Green Blossom. This is Pate. Yeah, this is Pate. We will examine his quest line soon, but I'm not ready to do so at this point. I really just want to get access to this rapier. Oops. I did not expect him to start attacking me with an S-stock. That completely... I thought he had... It really looks like he was holding a regular longsword. And so when he started thrusting with the S-stock, it really threw me off. I had my, I had a completely different parry in my head. And then he started doing a move that I did not expect. The Pate Spear is really good with a Dex build, yeah. It's true. Alright, let's go back over there and get our revenge. We're gonna use a human effigy soon too, our health is starting to get low. Where did this guy come from? He was not here last time. Run away. I might be able to get these guys killed with the ballista. If they'll follow me down here. Okay, they won't follow me down here, but that's fine. I just want to get my echoes anyway. Or, sorry, my souls. Oh god, I'm at the point where I'm saying echoes instead of souls by accident now. Instead of saying souls instead of echoes. There we go. Oh, cool. It would be nice if you could actually get a parry, but, you know, if 8 of his friends run over and attack you, I guess it's not possible. Seems a little unfair. Yeah, let me get all of them to follow me out here. Now I'm going to run in and shoot the ballista at them. See how they like it. I think this works. Does it? No, that's not going to work. They're way too fast. Oh god, that takes forever. Oh my god, it takes like 10 minutes to shoot that ballista. What is going on here? Alright, hold on. This is the Nestus Flask moment. Alright, let's see if we can get these items at least while we're here. Great Soul Arrow and a blue wooden shield. I mean, I can't parry them because when I do it, the other 3 guys are going to hit me before I can get the parry. So I'm trying to just, figure out how I'm supposed to fight all 4 of these guys at once. I can just run away from them, but that's not, a long-term solution. Is there anything over there? I don't think so. I think you just go down here. And I'm not sure if they'll follow me down the stairs. If they will, I might actually just attack them while they're on the stairs. Come here, you buffoons. Are you gonna go down the ladder? I think in this game, enemies generally do not go down ladders. Yeah. I don't remember what's going on with this chest. I feel like there's something special about it. It's a poison trap, yeah. Or a crossbow. I knew it was some kind of trap. Oh, cool, it killed me. I think there's a trick to opening crossbow traps, but I was expecting a poison trap. Man, I'm really not on top of my game right now. I feel like every single thing I've done in the last 10 minutes has just been a mistake after mistake. I really thought that was a poison trap. I also don't remember how to dodge crossbow traps. My lack of playing the game in the last 8 years is really starting to show finally. It's really starting to catch up with me. Right. But the weird thing is that this guy with the spear was not here last time. That's so wild, isn't it? I wonder what caused him to not be there. I understand that he spawns there every time. Now that I see him there, he spawns there every time. But the question is, why was he not there last time? That's the better question. All right, run over here. I'm not gonna try to parry that guy because I just learned that his 10 buddies are gonna jump me while I'm trying to attack him. I got my souls. Alright. So I think for the crossbow, you just kind of move slightly to the side. Okay, now it is a poison trap, so it's random. Titanite Shard, and then there is a Theros Lockstone you can use over here, and I think we actually have one. Yeah, we have one, but I don't remember if this one is worth opening or not. I think this is one of the ones they added in Scholar, but I don't remember what's in there. This is a door you can get the enemy to open if you knock on it. Okay, there you go. Give me enough time to parry this guy, then I can fight this one. Too early. Way too early. Okay, I finally got a backstab. I'm getting the backstab spacing down. It's a little weird in this game, but I'm starting to get used to it. Hello, barbecued llama. The Chloranthy ring is in that behind that Pharaoh's Lock Zone. Really, Chloranthy ring's pretty good. That's almost worth using. I can probably backstab this guy. Nope. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. My memory of like everything in this game is extremely degraded, as we're learning right now, with me continually making misplays over and over. It's been a while since you played Dark Souls 2 as well. I don't know, the Chloranthy ring is like almost worth it, but I don't know if it's really worth it to that extent. Like when I know I'm gonna get a Chloranthy ring +2 later without needing to use a Pharaoh's Lockstone. So why would I use a Pharaoh's Lockstone just to get like a regular Chloranthy ring? I guess that's kind of my way of thinking right now. I might be able to parry this guy before his frenzies me. Nope. Was he hitting me while I was getting the parry? It looks like I took damage while I was getting that parry. Come on. Okay. 2 down. Okay, I can get the rest of them now. Now that it's not 4-on-1, I can do this. Oh crap. That was so unfair. I was actually trying to do the shield bash, but I just did a regular attack again, which caused him to parry me. There you go. Okay, now there's just one more I need to get rid of, and then I can probably go back and level up so that I can use my rapier, which is the thing I've been trying to do all this time. Whoa, did not expect that. Yeah, see, the problem is my shield and stamina are both not very good right now, so it's tough for me to win attacks, to win exchanges by blocking. Give me something good. Hollow Soldier Helm. I think that's different from the helm I'm wearing. Yeah, I don't like this one though, it covers too much. Yeah, I like the Hollow Infantry helm because it still shows like a lot of your character's face. Is this regular or Scholar? This is Scholar version. You think my parries are very clean? Thank you. I wish they were a little bit better. I wish they were just slightly better. I feel like I'm not quite at the level I want to be at. Let's see if we can run back to the bonfire without healing. Save a life gem. I feel like the guy with the fire bombs is about to hit. Oh yeah, he's definitely about to blow me up. Oh wow, he did not get me somehow. Alright, I think you can't... Yeah, you can't level up from the bonfire, unfortunately, so you have to go all the way back to Majula every time you want to level up. But honestly, I would take... Like, if I had to choose between... If I had to choose fast travel, but you have to go back to Majula to level up, or you can level up at any bonfire, but you don't get fast travel, I would absolutely choose fast travel every time. Fast travel is so much more convenient. Alright, so we should be able to get 12 dexterity now. We're just short. Interesting. Is there any way we can just get like slightly more? I actually don't know if any of these vendors around here allow us to sell things. We do have 1 consumable soul, so let's use that. That might be enough. Oh yeah, that should be enough. Okay. It's good to keep a few consumable souls around for exactly this reason. When you're like just short of that level up, you can get it that way. Okay, we can finally use our rapier. That's going to be very fun. So much better than the broken sword we've been using. And I think the rapier also has a critical modifier. I don't know if it's as good as the dagger. Let me check. So the dagger crit modifier is 150, and the rapier is 140, so it's not quite as high, but the base damage of the rapier is so much higher. I think that kind of makes it so it probably deals just as much, if not more, crit damage. Let's try just using like only or mainly the rapier for now. The thing about the rapier is I think you lose your shield bash. No, I still have my shield bash. Okay, then I'm totally fine. And oh yeah, you don't get a heavy attack though. You get like an alternate parry, which is kind of weird, but you basically only need the R1 with the rapier because it's so good. I will use. Yeah, honestly, I think that's all I need. Well. There doesn't seem to be any downside to using the hand axe. Keeping it equipped so I can just hot swap to it, and then I'll have a cleaving option if I need to cleave. Let's use one of our human effigies now. Our health is getting pretty low. I think it's a good idea to restore it back to full. There you go. Our scar is visible again now as well, and our hair. You can see I picked the bangs that would, let me find a wall. If I stand near a wall, you can see my face better. I picked the bangs that will show up while you're wearing a helmet. You can see the bangs like kind of sticking out there. That's pretty cool. That's why I picked those bangs at the start. You just did a run of Dark Souls 1 recently. It's really tough adjusting to the lack of fast travel after playing later games. Oh yeah, we should open Chaos House while we're here. Thank you for reminding me. And yeah, I'm almost incapable of going back to Dark Souls 1 at this point. I don't have the patience to play games without fast travel. Like I don't have the patience to play games that force me to walk around and, like, instead of just being able to go where I want to go. It just doesn't work for me anymore. I'm getting too old. Okay. Don't have the attention span. Should be an item over here. Ferrous Lockstone. We could use that to get the Chloranthy ring if we really wanted it, but like I said, I mean, we're going to get a free Chloranthy ring later. Might as well just use the free one that we're going to get. Should be a couple of things in here worth exploring. There was at a certain point in time, they made it so that there was a chest in here that gave you a modified version of the Murakumo, and I think maybe one or two other weapons. But unfortunately, they removed that and they just replaced it with like a regular human effigy. Oops, way too soon. And I almost let him kill me. The good thing is I can use Estus flasks here because the bonfire's right over there anyway. There you go. I think I probably won't do very much damage to him though. Yeah, he's extremely resistant to piercing damage. I gotta switch to the axe. Oops. Okay, I completely whiffed that one. That's okay. Try again. And that gives me time to switch to two-handed before I get the crit. Now the crit does a lot more damage because I'm actually using a weapon that he doesn't resist. Then I think I can just kill him while he's standing up. Yeah. I think he doesn't die permanently. Maybe he does. I can't remember if the skeletons in this game revive. Anyway, he drops the human effigy. There's a torch here we could light if we really wanted to. So yeah, I can't remember what they added in here, but it's not the Murakumo anymore. There's actually probably not a lot of people who know about that. Oh yeah, it's a soul vessel. It's for resetting your stats if you want to change your build or anything like that. But yeah, I think there's probably not a lot of people who know about that Murakumo thing because it was pretty time limited. Another Estus flask shard here. Yeah, it was a blue longsword as well. Yeah, they had basically the chest contained all of the weapons that had like alternate color palettes or alternate textures, versions of specific weapons. And you actually can't get those anymore. Like, there's not any other way to get them other than through that event. So if you did not get it at that time, then you will never get it. Am I crazy, or is there supposed to be a chest somewhere up here? Or an item somewhere? Here it is. If anybody knows, can you tell me what these pigs are supposed to drop? Because I just cannot for the life of me remember what they drop. I can't remember if it's like worth... Oh, I think they drop cracked red-eye orbs. Yeah, so... See, I remember farming them before, but I couldn't remember why. So if you want to do, like, invasions at, like, closer to the start of the game without having to do all of the faction stuff to get the other red-eye orb, you can just kill a bunch of those pigs and get cracked red-eye orbs. Or maybe it's cracked blue-eye orbs. I don't remember. They drop cracked orbs, though. We might be able to upgrade our rapier while we're here, because we just got 800 souls. Ooh, there's also an item I missed over here. We're going to grab this. Soul of a Nameless Soldier, and a couple more life gems, which is good. We're falling a little bit low on those. Alright, let's reinforce our rapier while we're here. you actually can upgrade your shields in this game, and it is worth doing. It increases the stability. So your stability is over here. It doesn't go up this time, but I know if you upgrade it enough, the stability will go up. Oh crap, the pigs follow me all this way. I should have rested at the bonfire to get the pigs to stop spawning. Well, come here. Can I actually hit you? Yeah, the tricky thing is it's actually really hard to hit them. Alright, I don't want to fight these pigs. I'm just going to sit at the bonfire to get them to go away, and then I'm going to upgrade my rapier. Snow warning, you like that they make you farm pigs? I wonder if that was like a meta joke, like if you want to go invade other people and you need to farm pigs or something. I don't know. All right, let's reinforce it finally. So I was trying to do a second ago. We can go to +1 for now. We actually have shards, but we don't have enough souls to upgrade to +2, which is fine, I guess. Hold on a second. Is that fine? It actually might be better to upgrade our axe to +1 as well. That way we have an alternate option for enemies who resist piercing damage, which we've already met one. So now we have 2 +1 weapons. We could probably upgrade our dagger as well, honestly. But I'm not sure. I think the rapier is fine. Like, it's a good replacement for the dagger. Alright, let's go back to Cardinal Tower. Just because it also has a critical modifier. So we don't like need to keep swapping weapons every time we land a parry. We can just use the rapier to parry. And then also do crit damage. Chat window is looking good. Alright, so we already explored the area over there. Let's explore the area over here. Okay, or don't. Or don't do that. That almost feels like just go back to the bonfire moment, because, like, what am I going to do now that I have half health? Free life gem. I should be able to parry this guy. Or do this. I'm just gonna... Oh, never mind. I was just gonna hit him, but I guess I'll kill him. Alright. I don't know. I'll just use a life gem. It's whatever. Did I reinforce my Estus with the shard I found? No, I did not. Should have done that. We'll do it soon. Alright, we already cleared out that area. I'm not going back in there unless I need to. Let's do Pate's little quest first. It's kind of interesting that he actually warns you about the enemies being inside and the whole thing being a trap. It makes it seem like Creighton is actually the bad guy and Pate is actually the good guy. Because, like, yes, you could say that Peyton is lying about Creighton, and you could say Creighton, and you could say that Creighton is lying about Pate. But the thing is, Pate actually warns you about the trap before you go in. So... like, that goes beyond just lying about Creighton. Because if he was the kind of guy who was trying to lead me into a trap, he would not warn me about it before I go in there. So it kind of makes it seem like he actually is, like, a decent guy. He probably actually did warn, like, Creighton about the trap. Because his behavior actually reflects the story that he's telling. Look at the difference that an actually decent weapon makes. I can actually deal damage to them. Oh, come on. I don't quite have the reach. I don't have the reach figured out yet. You can see me just missing this guy by like a centimeter twice already. Oh, come on. This is what I'm trying to do. Oh, come on. Okay, I have to figure out the reach on this thing. We just use a human effigy too. Ugh. The farming pun probably doesn't work in Japanese, but at least it does in my language. I think calling people pigs is kind of like an insult in Japanese too, though. It's Dark Souls, every NPC is sketchy in some way. That's true, yeah. Honestly, I don't like when the games like make it a point to have every single NPC's story end like as have like a bad ending. I prefer when there's like some way to get like a good ending or a bad ending, or at the very least there's like some NPCs can have a bad ending, but like some of them to have like a decent ending or a good ending. I feel like, yeah, certain games just like go overboard with it. Oh, I can't go through. I can't go through there now. It won't open back up again. A white sign soapstone. I guess if I want to go in there, I have to go up through the ramparts now. I can't go up. I can't go through the same way that I did, which also means I didn't exactly lose my souls, but it's going to be tricky to get them back. And I think if I do this, he will throw a firebomb. Yeah, but I got to get him to actually throw it here. Throw it here. Okay. Please throw it here. Their aim is really bad. There you go. Took you long enough. Alright, now I'm gonna go over here. There should be a guy right here that I can kill. The one thing I will say about this game is that enemies are very good at stun locking you, but I might be able to fix that with some better armor. Alright, let's see what our crit damage is like. Pretty high. Got a life gem. I want to get some better armor, I think. I think the armor is the biggest thing right now, because enemies are very good at stun locking me, because I have like no poise at all. It's actually heartbreaking to see Solaire go crazy if you mess up his quests. Are the NPCs undead? I think they're all undead, yeah. I think the NPCs in the game are mostly, if not all, undead. I mean, I guess you could make an argument about Shalquar and some of the other ones, but I think for the most part they're mostly, if not all, undead. Yeah, so if I jump down over there, I can get back to the place where I was beyond the fence, but I want to explore this side first, because there are things over here worth doing. This is also pretty cool. I really like this item placement. So you get the crossbow right here, and like I mentioned, every character in the game can use the crossbow, even if they don't have enough strength. So what we can do is we have 40 wooden bolts. We go like this, and then we go like this. The crossbow deals fixed damage, no matter what your stats are. So even though our strength is too low, we can actually just wield it anyway. And we can use it to kill these guys, so that they don't cause problems for us later. And it's kind of cool that they give you the crossbow right at the moment where it's useful to have. There you go. With ranged weapons, I tend to prefer hard swapping, and then switching back to my chosen weapons. The only downside is that when you're out of practice like I am right now, it can be difficult to switch weapons through the menu quickly. There is an invisible enemy over here. You can see them. This is the first hint that invisible enemies are a thing. You can see his shadow here because of the torch, and it kind of leads you to the conclusion that it might be a decent idea to bring torches around if you're looking for hidden items. He drops a smooth and silky stone. We can trade that for an item with the crow. This is a really nasty jump. I hit that jump like maybe 40% of the time. This guy here is difficult to plunge because once he's aware of you, he moves underneath the platform. There you go. You never thought to use the crossbow there? Yeah, I think it's really... Oh, bastard sword. Free bastard sword. Yeah, I think it's really cool that they give you the crossbow right there when it's like actually pretty useful for breaking open those. Because if you get rid of those 2 enemies, then you only have to fight 1 other enemy once you drop down, instead of dropping down and having to fight 3 enemies. Mailbreaker is really good. Not really good, but it's pretty good. Where is it? Did I not? Yeah, here, there's Mailbreaker. Let's see. It counts as a thrusting sword. It has a 140 crit modifier. The one thing I like about it is that it's a lot lighter than the rapier, but it definitely deals significantly less damage, so that's something to keep in mind, I guess. It's better for balanced builds though. Like if you're a strength build, the Mailbreaker is a better option. I'm pretty sure the Mailbreaker is the best crit weapon for a strength build if you're not doing something like a lightning dagger or something like that. But honestly, don't listen to anything that I say. It's been 8 years since I played this game. 6 years, 8 years since I played this game. I don't remember how long. So we're just going to go back to the same place that we were, but we're going to go in the other direction this time. There's also a hidden door somewhere around here. I'm pretty sure I remember where it is. It's at the bottom of these stairs. Oh, there's some enemies down here as well. Nope, hidden door should be here. Oh, there's the enemies, okay. I thought there were enemies on those stairs too. This is where you can get a sorcerer's staff if you don't start as a mage build. Okay, we might be able to backstab one or more of these guys, so let's try to do so. Sneak attacks are not as easy in this game as they are in some of the other Souls games. The enemies, yeah, they're pretty good at detecting me. This is already going much better than the last fight, though. Doing a better job of lining up my shots. There you go. Much better. I'm getting more used to the range and the speed of the rapier. Alright, there's my souls. Gonna grab those. I don't think he'll open the door for me. I don't think he can open the door for me. But it means I have to walk all the way back through again. Up to the rooftop and jump down. We are getting very close to probably fighting the pursuer. I'd rather fight him here on the rooftop than fight him in his arena later. It's a lot more exciting, it's a lot more fun. It feels a lot more rewarding to me. Alright. Let me explore this area first. There might also be an enemy in here that's worth luring out. No, they changed it. In vanilla Dark Souls 2, there was a turtle guy here, and what you could do is lure him over to the crossbow room, and the crossbow guys would actually shoot all of their ballista guys would shoot all of their bolts at him, which was kind of amusing. Life gem and a homeward bone. Now this door might require a key. Yeah, this one's locked. So what they want you to do is fight the big tree guy in order to unlock this door to fight the pursuer, but you can actually fight the pursuer long before that if you know what you're doing. What are you doing? What in the world? What in the world is this guy doing? What is happening? What are you doing? Okay. I guess. If I talk to Pate, he'll give me the white soapstone. I already got it. You must have been looking away from the screen or something. I got it already. This is another good spot to use the crossbow if you want to fight just one of these guys instead of fighting both at the same time. But you can also just do this if you're a parry king. Oh, I didn't break his stability. I can still beat him that way, but that's interesting. So I can't break their stability very easily, it looks like. I think they moved the turtle over here. Yeah, the turtle's over here in Scholar. How much does the rapier do to him? Not that much, but not like an unbelievably small amount. This is an example of an enemy where the backstep really shines. We can hit him for counter damage like that. The way you do it is circle R1. And if you time the attacks correctly, you always backstep away from him while he's attacking. And then you can rush forward and hit him. Rapier is really good for this. And another thing is that in this game, the backstep actually has immunity frames, like a dodge roll. It doesn't have as many, but it has some. So while you're doing that, not only are you moving away from his attack, but it even gives you a little bit of extra wiggle room. There is an ambush up ahead. So I'm going to get my life gem going. Get ready to fight these enemies on this narrow walkway. You get the halberd here. Halberd, I really loved the halberd in Demon Souls. I feel like no other Souls game has had a good halberd. Like, as good as the one in Demon Souls, at least. Alright, got him. Rapier is really good for encounters like this because you can just thrust into enemies while they're walking towards you on a narrow walkway. They have nowhere else to go. Hey Cell, thank you for stopping by today. Have I played any other Souls game besides Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne? Yes, I've played all of them extensively. I played Demon Souls. I played Demon Souls when it first came out. Completely probably changed my entire opinion on gaming. Like probably the entire trajectory of like what kind of games I enjoy playing and like what games I've played in my life ever since then was probably changed by Demon Souls. I played that game a lot as well. And when Dark Souls 1 came out, I played it a bit, but I wasn't as much into gaming at that time. I kind of like got out of, I wasn't in, yeah, I just wasn't as into gaming at the time. So I wasn't playing Dark Souls 1 as much at the time. I played it a little bit more later. I came back to it. I played it some. I made sure to beat it at least once. And then when Dark Souls 2 came out, I really played it a lot. I got really into Dark Souls 2. I loved Bloodborne. I really loved Bloodborne. And then I didn't really love Dark Souls 3 that much. And I don't really love Elden Ring that much. So I haven't really been as into the games lately. Especially when you consider, how long ago did, Bloodborne come out? That was the last one that I really loved. Like, the other ones were okay. But that comes down to, like, personal opinion and what types of games people like and things like that. Yeah, we could definitely fight Pursuer right now. I'm going to go back to the bonfire one more time, and then we'll come back and fight some bosses. You think Dark Souls 1 has the best halberd? I don't know, man. The halberd in Demon Souls is so good. Is this my first run? No, not even close. I've done Soul Level 1 already, and I've also done... I have attempted no bonfire and no death runs, but I did not complete it. Because completing with no bonfire and no deaths at the same time is quite hard. I think if I talk to her a bunch, she'll move to the she'll move to Majula. Yeah, it's time that I packed up and moved. When she says that, she'll go back to Majula, so that I don't have to keep coming back here to buy stuff. What didn't I like about Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring? Dark Souls 3, I didn't like the weapon arts system, and I didn't like most of the level design for almost all of the levels, especially the late game. I think the level design and the enemy design in Dark Souls 3 falls off a cliff when you get to the Duke's Archive. Like, everything from the Duke's Archive to the end of the game is like really bad. It's like some of my least favorite dungeons in any Souls games. And as somebody, like, my favorite thing about these games is exploring dungeons. Like, that's a big deal to me. And I just didn't like most of the weapon movesets. I thought they were really generic. I think instead of coming up with like Dark Souls 2 has a ton of weapons, and almost every weapon has a unique moveset in some way. Like, every weapon has like one specific thing that only that weapon does. Like, there might be like a forward slash that is shared between a few different swords, but all of those swords, they have a different R2. They have a different they have something different about them that sets them apart. And in Dark Souls 3, they got extremely lazy. Almost every single weapon has the same moveset, and the only difference is the combat art. And I just hated combat arts. I just didn't like them. Elden Ring fixed this problem a little bit. I think the combat arts are better, and the movesets are a little bit more diverse, even outside of combat arts, especially because you can customize which combat art goes onto which weapon. But it feels too much like... how do I say this? In Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and even Dark Souls 3 to an extent, my character feels like a weakling who is fighting against extremely overpowered enemies. Bloodborne is like this too. Your character feels like they're very weak, and you're fighting against enemies who have like every single possible advantage over you, and you need to find like clever ways, or you need to just like get extremely skilled in order to defeat them. Elden Ring doesn't feel like that at all. In Elden Ring, my character feels like a demigod who can just like shoot like 500 fireballs by like not even having to do a complicated input. Like, I just press the L2 button and my character shoots like 18 fireballs with a single action. It's just a clown game to me personally. It's just not like, I don't get any enjoyment out of doing that. I enjoy a game where like every button press coincides to my character doing one action, and I have complete control over everything that my character does. This is one action, this is one action, this is one action, this is one action, this is one action. I can chain this together into a backstep and a stab, but Elden Ring is not like that. In Elden Ring, you press one button and your character does like 5 things. It's like ridiculous. And I hate open world games. I said it before in previous streams. Every time an open world game comes out, it makes me hate open world games even more. So them taking like one of my favorite genres of gaming and turning it into an open world game, I did not get much enjoyment out of that. But that's my rant for the day. Alright, I'm not going to invest much more into the hand axe. It's basically for now just going to be something to switch to when enemies resist piercing attacks. For now, let's go fight some enemies. We'll level up first. You're hoping Demon Souls comes to the PC at some point. You would love to play it at some point. You never had a PS3. Yeah, it's on. It's kind of funny that they have finally ported it, and then it was also to PS4. So that like now, like before, you could only play it on PS3, and then no, sorry, PS5 even. So before you could only play it on PS3. Now you can only play it on PS5. So there's like still like no way. And Bloodborne's the same way. Like it's only on PS4. You love Elden Ring, says Clint Walkie. I mean, I understand why people love it. I'm not saying that you're not, like, I'm not saying that you're not allowed to love it just because I didn't like it, but I personally did not like it. Well, I wouldn't even say that I didn't like it. It's just that, like, yeah, it's my least favorite Souls game by far, especially because it's open world. I despise open world. Alright, we definitely need adaptability, but the thing is, we're gonna get attunement later. So we probably don't need to level up adaptability yet. I think probably the most important things right now are like going to be making sure our vigor, endurance, and vitality don't get too low. But we also need strength. Strength doesn't give us anything though, other than the ability to equip like a couple of random things. I'm pretty sure we needed 7 strength for something, so I'm going to lock that in now, and then we'll give ourselves a little bit of vigor, so the enemy doesn't immediately kill me when I go into these boss fights. All right, let's see what the 7 strength was for. I know it was for something. Was it for a shield? Or the bow, maybe? It's not this one. Because that's not a shield that I like. It was the bow, yeah, for the short bow. Okay, so we can use the short bow now if we really want to. We're gonna go back to the Cardinals Tower. Dark Souls 2 has your favorite sorcery system because you can go FPS mode with the binoculars. Yeah, it's really cool. Someone mentioned that earlier too, about how you can use the binoculars to line up spells. It's really fun. Dexterity is back in the lead again, by the way. We've already locked in that we're doing a dexterity build. I'm just going to leave the poll up anyway because it's amusing. I had that poll running like basically at the start of the stream. I have to deal with 18 archers shooting at me before I can fight the boss. Okay. Is anything else shooting at me? Is anything else going to climb up this ladder? It doesn't look like it. I would like to kill this guy before I trigger the pursuer fight, so I'm going to do that. I can use the throwing knives for this. I used to do this in my, I think it was either my no bonfire, it was probably my no bonfire, no death runs. I used to pick up these throwing knives, and you can use them. There's like specific enemies, like this guy right here, and the archer over there that I showed off earlier. Like just having 10 throwing knives that you get to pick up is so useful for either speedrunning the game or doing challenge runs, because it helps you remove like a few very annoying enemies like very quickly and very conveniently. You usually lean into magic in every RPG, but you can't get into it in Dark Souls, where you always end up going full Unga Bunga. I like the magic systems in some of the games, but honestly, I would say overall, I probably like melee combat builds better. Oh, by the way, these guys are going to start waking up once the pursuer lands. Let's start killing them now, before he lands. Okay, I haven't fought this guy in a very long time. It's been years since I fought this guy. But this is a fight where, like, if you've learned it one time, you probably remember it for the rest of your life. Gotta be very careful about my stamina, that's the big thing. Crap, that's not what I meant to press. Okay, I'm not gonna just spam the heal button, I'm gonna wait until I have a safe moment to heal, like that. Okay, I wanted to switch to two-hand, that's what I was trying to do a second ago. That attack can be very scary, but yeah, with the two-handed, I'll deal more damage to him per swing. Oh, I let him thrust me. That's bad. He's gonna transform now, and I'm cursed. He's probably just gonna kill me now, and I'm cursed again somehow. I don't know. It's like double cursed. Gotta find a safe opportunity to heal. Nope, I messed up my timing. This is very tough with low adaptability. You have less iframes in this game when your adaptability is low. I would have loved to get that kill, but it's no surprise. Being out of practice and with low adaptability. You don't like the wonky hitboxes. You don't think there's any way that thrust should have hit me. Yeah, like on top of the hitboxes not being great, the fact that I had a very small number of iframes. So for those who don't know, in this game there's a stat, unlike no other Souls game has this, but in this game there's a stat called agility, which I think we can highlight it here. This is it, agility. It boosts the ease of evasion and other actions. Mine is 90 right now, which is quite low. I'm pretty sure the breakpoints are like 95, 100. I don't remember all of them, but they're like 95, 100, maybe 103, 105, like 107. Like they start to narrow down once you get higher, but then it also becomes more difficult to raise your agility. So, but like getting up to 95 makes a really big difference, and getting up to 100 makes a really big difference as well. It just gives you more immunity frames while you're dodging. Because we lost that fight, he will not come back to the same area. So now we have to go to his boss area if we want to fight him again. Perfect time to run out of stamina, by the way, but that was kind of not a very smart move to begin with, so I was probably rightfully punished for that. Spamming the attack button on an enemy who's on the ground and immune to attacks. Okay. This is going well. Oh, come on. That absolutely should have hit. There you go. Yeah, you want somewhere between 100 and 110. Definitely, that's for sure. I know that for sure. 100 is like the lowest of like the benchmarks that are worth getting, and 110 is like the highest benchmark that is like actually is like cost efficient. You can actually go a little bit higher, but the next benchmark is like not that cost efficient. It only gives you like one extra iframe, and you already have like as much as you need. Whereas like 100 is like the bare minimum that like you really want to not be doing like the worst roll in the game. I think 90 is actually the worst, but no, it's something like 80 something is the worst, and then 90 is like the second worst, and then 95 is like pretty bad, and then 100 is like acceptable. What's the worst stat? Resistance, adaptability, or luck? Well, I mean, adaptability, I guess, depends on what your definition of worst is. Do you think... Are you saying like do you think it's badly designed? Because if you think it's badly designed, then a lot of people would definitely agree with you. I personally don't really have a big problem with it. Actually, in some ways, I actually kind of like it, because it kind of gives you a way to, I don't know, it just like assigns a stat to like difficulty almost. You could leave, like for example, if you leave your adaptability very low, you could put points into other stats, which will increase your damage, and that's kind of a cool idea. That's kind of a cool idea. I understand how some people would take issue with it, but it's kind of cool. Whereas on the other hand, are you saying like, is it a bad stat to level up? Like is it like by worst stat, do you mean like this is the worst stat to level up? This is definitely not the worst stat to level up, because it's a stat that you absolutely need. But if like saying you need adaptability to be able to dodge, like if you think that's bad game design, then certainly many people would agree with you that it's one of the worst. People really hate agility, but Dark Souls 2 also gives you twice as many level ups compared to most Souls games, so it's also not the biggest issue. That's what Clint Waukee says. You have 200 hours on this game and you never level up adaptability? Yeah, like I don't level up as much anymore because I don't need the points as much. Which is like that, like I said, that's kind of like almost like a cool aspect of it, is like the fact that like if you don't need the extra iframes, that gives you points that you can put into your other stats. And like for example, if you know how to plan out specific types of builds, you could run like a caster build instead, because caster builds have to level up attunement, and attunement also levels up your adaptability. So as a result, you actually get iframes from your stat that you use to make your casting better. Fast roll is enough. Yeah, you don't need like this super like ultra like tons of extra iframes roll. At least I personally don't feel like I needed it. I probably will switch to the hand axe for this fight. It's much easier to hit his hitbox if you're using the hand axe. It's very annoying with the rapier. And even with like very low stats, the +1 hand axe has pretty high base damage, so it should be enough. Ooh, can't believe I walked right into that one. I'll actually use a flask here. And the one thing I will say about adaptability is that it improves how fast you drink your flask, which is a reason why even if you're really good at the game, you probably still want to level it up at least a little bit, because taking a long time to heal, it can be very punishing, especially in the DLC, against the DLC bosses, who move very quickly and will punish you if you try to heal. It can be pretty important to be able to like get your heal off quickly. I need stamina. Okay, I think we got him. And that's the last giant. Adios, my friend. Now we got the soldier key. We can start opening the locked doors in this area, but we also just got a ton of souls, so it might be worth going to level up before we do anything else. You hate the Fume Knight? I like the Fume Knight. I think it's fun. But if you're playing with extremely low adaptability, I could see how it would be quite a difficult battle. If you time this correctly, you can hit him for counter damage. You see how it blinks when I hit him? I think that's when it does counter damage. Yeah. We got an old ironclad helm. Cool. Barbecued Llama says the worst are the cats in the snowy, frigid outskirts. The cats are pretty annoying. I think it's not... It's kind of a mix of two different factors. It's not just that the cats are bad, but the area that you have to run through to get to the battle is also is probably one of the most annoying runbacks in the entire game. And as a result, it makes like an already like sort of difficult fight become a million times more annoying. If I do a jumping attack here, yeah, I used to do that all the time when I was speedrunning it. Hit that guy with a jumping attack so he stands up, and then you can kill him. But anyway, yeah, the run back being like so frustrating and so annoying is a pretty big deal. This ring is extremely good on no bonfire, no death runs, and it's just good in general. If you just keep this thing equipped all the time, you just passively get healing. And you also get the life ring around the same time, which means you get a little bit more max HP, and then your health will just like gradually restore while you're exploring, which is nice because you don't have to use as many healing items, especially if you're patient. The Fume Knight's probably harder, but it has the bonfire right next to him. Yeah, exactly. The Grand Lance is also here. I think the Grand Lance requires a little bit more strength than we're going to have. I'll check. I'll kill this knight while I'm here too. That's the Amber Herb. I think this is the Grand Lance. Grand Lance. Yeah, I think this is a... It's like a strength dex weapon. Yeah, 22 strength. This might be one of the best spears for like a strength build. Or it's just overall good for quality builds. This is a Xian Knight. They drop really good armor as well. Definitely worth fighting. I wonder if I can parry this guy. Oh, way too early. Try again. I'm pretty sure I can parry him. Nope, that did not work. I felt like my timing was right and it did not parry. So I'm thinking maybe you can't parry him. Or my timing was not right. Can't try that because he'll kill me if I drop the parry. I want to try to parry him a couple more times. I want to see if it's possible. Maybe his weapon is too heavy to parry. I know in certain games you can't parry... in this game you can't parry certain weapons. Okay, I did get it. So it was my timing was just off last time. It's kind of funny how I'm remembering which enemies you can or cannot parry. Alright, does he drop anything good? No, unfortunately not. We could wear the silly hat to get more item discovery, but like I said, I'm not going to do that. Alright, let's go back to Majula very quickly. It's funny how you lose stamina for climbing a ladder quickly. Now I think... Yeah, okay, the shopkeeper has officially moved back to Majula. It takes her, there's like a short delay, but she does eventually do so, and she has done so. She has gone back to Majula. Now we can just buy like infinite life gems from her here. She also expands her inventory when she comes back here. So she now sells... Yeah, she now sells infinite life gems instead of selling only 10, which is huge. We can buy a bunch of life gems if we want to. Do I want to? Not yet. It might be worth buying a fragrant branch from her, but I can't remember if there's another one in another easy to access location. Because I would like to unlock the other path soon, because if I remember correctly, I think the pyromancy flame is over there, and we want to get our pyromancy going soon. Alright, let's level up. Did we want 10 strength, I think, for the shield? Let's see. We can actually go talk to him. We can go buy the shield as well while we're here. This will give us a better option against enemies that we cannot parry. Yeah, it's 10. I think this is the lowest strength requirement for a shield that gives 100% physical damage reduction, if I'm not mistaken. I'll also buy the Falconer armor while I'm here. It is probably one of the best armor sets for its weight, and it also looks very cool. I basically tend to wear this thing in like every playthrough. Yeah, it gives good poise and reduction for its weight, and it just looks awesome. So this shield, we're going to be swapping to this sometimes whenever we want 100% physical. Actually, is it 90? Okay, I completely misread that. That's 90% physical reduction, right? Yeah, I bought the wrong shield. Okay. I had it confused with another shield. There must be another kite shield. I think it might be one that you just get for free. You don't even need to buy it. The pyromancy flame is in the space where I'm thinking of. Okay. We'll go there after we fight Pursuer. I won't level up my strength yet because I don't know if the other shield is going to have a lower or higher strength requirement, so I'll just leave that for now. Let's get a little bit of extra stamina. I've definitely been running out. And then some more health. And some more dexterity. Well, actually, let's start leveling adaptability now. In fact, let's get it to 95 before we do anything else. That's going to give us the iframes that we want. Yeah, and we know we're going to push it to 100 eventually, so leaving it at 95 for now, and then putting points into attunement, and then using adaptability to get it the rest of the way up to 100 is probably the play. Now we can put the other points, I guess. Let's go just 1 into endurance for now. Yeah, you get a ton of levels in this game. Alright, let's go beat the Pursuer. Man, I said this was going to be a slow play, but I have to say I'm playing very slow today. The amount of stuff that I've just done in the last 3 hours is something that I probably could have done in, like, I want to say 10 minutes, but that might be a little bit too generous to myself. I could definitely do it in 20 minutes. Like, if I had come here with the intention to go very fast, I think I could have done so. I actually want to go this way. I feel pretty confident that I could have done so. But, alas, it's not what I chose to do. I chose to play the game very slowly while yapping about nonsense. There are some crazy speedruns in Dark Souls, yeah. I mean, even like not even just like glitchless, but like I could have just run through these areas a lot faster. I could have ignored most of these enemies, just run to the bosses and killed them very quickly. Especially like back, if I go back to like the point in time where I actually knew what I was doing, and I had all this stuff memorized, like the routes memorized to pick up like something important like very quickly. Although even just grabbing the short sword pretty fast is usually good enough to just get through these first few bosses, or the hand axe. Yeah, probably that hand axe is probably the way to go. because that hand axe is quite powerful, especially because you can get it for free just by breaking open that door. So if I was planning on a route like right now without perfectly remembering the routes that I used to use, I would probably run up there, grab that hand axe, and then run over and kill the bosses very quickly. Nice shot. Ooh, nice counter damage. I hit him while he was in the middle of his charge and caused him to take a ton of extra damage. Okay, looks like there's no enemies running at me right now. I'm gonna go take another quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful night or morning, depending on where you live. Alright, I'm back. I'm kind of facing the dilemma now where I definitely want to just like keep streaming for a while, and I could definitely see myself streaming for much longer. Like I could honestly stream all night if I felt like it. But the only thing holding me back is that I have to get something to eat at some point in time, and I don't like eating on stream, but I also don't like ending the stream and then eating and then like resuming the stream. Like if I'm gonna, you know what I mean? So it's like I have to figure something out. Like I have to, when I end the stream is also gonna be the time when I eat. So I have to make some kind of decision about that. Like what time do I want to eat tonight? Before it gets too late especially. It doesn't matter that much. I can stay up as late as I want tonight. But hunger is a thing. It's a real thing in this world. Alright, here's the Pursuer again. Let's do a better time fighting him. You can kill him with the ballista if you want. I don't really like doing that. Oh, I can't believe I totally whiffed that. Okay. Nice. While I healed through it. There you go. Alright, we're doing much better now. You can actually just like walk around him to not get hit by that spinning slash, but I don't like doing it because it's like every once in a while he will tag you with it, and it takes you do so much. He does so much damage with that attack. I don't know why I couldn't phrase that. You take so much damage. He deals so much damage. That's all I need to say. Yeah, now that I have 95 adaptability, I can dodge through the thrust. If you stand like right at the edge of his range, sometimes he'll extend his combos more than he otherwise would, which you can kind of use to your advantage. Or you can just wait. When he starts retracting his weapon like that, you know that he's ending the combo, and you can attack at that point. I'm not going to let him get his curse buff again. Nice, got a double hit that time. I can use the R2 when I'm two-handing the rapier. It's only in the one-handed form where the R2 gets replaced by a parry. Nice. I'm gonna take a moment to heal here in a second. Yeah, like now's a good time. There you go. Get a free heal. That R2 is sick, by the way. That's one you can always walk around. Because the tracking on it's not very good. Oh. That was like an adaptability situation. I think if I had a little bit more ADP, I could have dodged that one cleanly. Alright, let me look for a good punish. Yeah, that one I'm not going to mess around with. I'll just go for the clean dodge every time, rather than risking it. See, like that works, but sometimes when you do that, he still hits you anyway, so I don't like doing it. I prefer to just roll on the third hit. You've never managed to hit him with the ballista before when you were doing it solo. Yeah, it's kind of tough to even hit him with the ballista when you're doing it by yourself, that's true. But either way, it's kind of fun, but not really for me. Like, I actually enjoy fighting the bosses, so I like fighting them. Okay, I think if this pushes me over 50%, it will actually change my roll distance. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the exact benchmarks were in Dark Souls 2, but I might need to change my armor set in some way. I can remove these. Actually, I can just remove the hand axe. I don't need to have it equipped all the time. I'll just hard swap to it when I need it. Alright. While we're here, we might as well activate the next bonfire. Oh, that guy went flying. Oh, that was good. Here's another bird's nest that just randomly teleports you somewhere. Classic Dark Souls experience. This is one of those things where I feel like if you had like if you had someone play this who didn't know anything about Dark Souls, like they would never think that, like, oh, I should go check that bird's nest because the birds will fly me to the next area. Like, how would you ever figure that out if you didn't already know it? Especially in this game specifically. Like in Dark Souls 1, they have that bird nest at the front that in the first area that you have to use to leave. So like you'll remember to check other birds' nests later. But in this game, there's a bird's nest at the start of the game and it doesn't do anything other than trade items, which you might not even figure that out. But even if you did, you would then think that birds' nests were for trading items. You wouldn't think that they were for teleporting. Dull Ember. I don't even remember what that does. Go talk to the blacksmith, maybe he can do something. In fact, you know what, let's check the item description. Dull Ember. An ember radiating a dull light, this flame seems nearly exhausted, but exhibits an eerie resilience. Perhaps this is its ordinary state. Okay, it doesn't tell me what it does. I think I can give it to the blacksmith, though. Let's go check. And then while we're there, we'll buy the fragrant branch, because I don't think we're going to get one for free. I mean, even if we get one for free, it's fine. We'll just use the free one for something else. I can use the one that costs souls for getting our pyromancy flame sooner. You're not sure what would prompt anyone to think it's a good idea to curl up into a ball in a big bird's nest. Yeah, that's true. If you if you think about it in the context of like the real world, like you would definitely never think to do that, much less like in a game. Okay, I have to give it to the other blacksmith. Well, don't waste my time. I mean, you can't use it. I would give it to you if you could use it. You can't use it. What do you want me to do? You want me to teach you how to do your job so that I can give you the ember? It doesn't work that way. Alright, it's 12,000. Fine. I'll pay it. While we're here, let's get some life gems and some throwing knives. They're very useful. We should also buy fire bombs so that we have them for blowing things up later. And then I'm actually just going to hold on to the souls I have right now. I feel so sad because I used to always play the game with my human effigy active and I almost never died. So I felt like pretty confident in doing that. And now, like, every time I use the human effigy, I die right away. So then I stopped doing it. So now I'm playing in zombie mode the whole time. I can feel how much worse I am at the game than I used to be. I think think there's an NPC up here that, like, if you kill him right now, you can get some good items. But if you leave him alive for later, I guess you, like, get them a different way. Can't remember exactly how it works. There might be an enemy... Oh, there was no enemy there. Huh. The Soul series is constantly innovating the field of context-sensitive button applications. Quite like... You like how Dark Souls 2 punishes me for not being human, with the less health and the more zombie-like appearance. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. But I honestly just like the idea that, like, when I use the human effigy, like, there's a reward because my character looks, like, not gross and weird. And then if I die, there's a punishment because it makes my character look like a gross and weird zombie. I think it is, yes. I'm pretty sure if I kill this guy right now, I'll get something, but you know what? I'll leave him alive. We'll do things the intended way. Now, as soon as I activate the statue, a bunch of enemies are going to run out and attack me. Before that happens, I'm going to kill the enemies in here that I can, so that there's like a few less enemies ganging up on me later. Okay. Okay. Do not use the rapier while standing near the wall. I guess. Come here. Now I have to wait for him to break the door because he's stuck on the door. But if I go over there, he's going to hit me. Okay. The good thing is we have the damage to just, like, punch through these guys very quickly. I can't remember what Lloyd's Talisman does. Let's check. Where is it? It should be somewhere around here. Lloyd's Talisman. It blocks Estus recovery. Okay. I think there might be some NPCs that you can actually use this on. We're going to use the Fragrant Branch of Yor. We're going to bring Rosabeth back. I think her name's Rosabeth back to life. Now some enemies should drop down. Where are they? Oh, they drop down when you activate the lever, not when you wake up Rosabeth. Okay, so we can actually talk to her. My neck kind of hurts because I'm using the old streaming setup that I used to use, where I have to look to the right every time I want to read chat. And after I do that enough times, it hurts my neck. Prism stuff. What? Give me the pyromancy flame. Does she sell it? She doesn't sell it. Does she sell warmth? No. I have to get warmth somehow else later. Fireball, even Fireball is like really good though, just because you don't have to buy more firebombs later. You can just infinitely have them. All right, let's give her some clothes. I'll give her the hollow infantry armor, some leggings, and a helmet. Oh, she doesn't change right away. Alright, I guess she's not going to give me a pyromancy flame. Alright, so now the enemies are going to come out. Let me get ready to kill them quickly, if I can. Oh wow, they have more HP than I thought. Oh, that door's closed. There's a bonfire up here I can use. Is it in the right door or the left door? I don't remember. Oh, crap. I really don't want to deal with this guy either. Okay, hold on, I gotta use an Estus Flask here. My health is getting low. Yeah, I will say Dark Souls 2 very much allows you to cheese a lot of encounters. Like, if you just run away from enemies, they won't chase you forever. And so you can just, like, take time to reset the encounter and then fight under more favorable conditions. Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring make it a lot harder to do that. And even Bloodborne made it a little bit harder to do that, although there's probably still decent cheese potential in a lot of Bloodborne situations. But yeah, this game, enemies tend to have a very small radius that they will chase you. And as a result, like, you can just do what I just did, where I just run up a flight of stairs and then the enemies all just like spread out, and I can come back and fight them again. All right, I'm not gonna rest yet. I just want to light the bonfire, so if I die, I'll come back here. I have to give her clothes first. I already did that. Just because it takes me 5 minutes to read chat, sorry. It punishes you for not being human, yeah. She gives you the pyromancy flame once I go back to Majula. Okay. Gotcha. This is another series of jumps that are kind of tricky to line up. Yeah, I have a tendency of like not reading chat for like 5 minutes when I get really into the game, and then I look at chat and I see a bunch of messages telling me to do what I've already done. That's like a common Ellery stream experience. Alright. Hit the jump the first time, that's good. That's another jump that I hit like 30% of the time. We'll see if I can hit the other one too. There might be stuff in here worth getting, I don't remember. Ooh, interesting. I didn't know you can encounter these enemies this early. This must be another, like, Scholar change. They do an interesting thing in Scholar. They change the variety of enemies that appear in some of the earlier areas, especially on the path to Drang Lake, I noticed. I saw one person mention it kind of gives the impression that King Vendrick was bringing soldiers from all over the country to Drang Lake. Like, he was gathering soldiers and different types of, like, warriors from all over the country. That's why you see, like, that type of warrior. I can't remember what country he's from. And you see, like, Hyde Knights and Xian Knights, like, all different types of knights. You can find them in the Drang Lake area, and the path leading to Drang Lake. It's because Vendrick was summoning them all for war with whatever else. How did I get that backstab? I wasn't even trying. You can throw poison knives at Miklash from the second floor. Yeah, I mean, there's still some, like, every game has some cheese in it. But I'm talking about, like, Dark Souls 2 has a lot of cheese. Like, almost every enemy encounter can be cheesed to some extent, if you're just willing to run away and then, like, re-engage with the enemies over and over again. Like, you can cheese almost every enemy in this game. I can't remember if there's another bonfire ahead or if that's the last one. Because I was thinking, like, it would be nice to hit, like, every bonfire while I'm here. But if there's not another one that I can grab, it might not be worth it. I'm in Shaded Woods now. There's got to be another bonfire up ahead. Oh, that guy did not die. Yeah, these guys have a lot of HP. Yeah, there's a bonfire up ahead. I remember it now. It's at the crossroads. Let's see. Oh, you didn't even say BS. You said BB, Bloodborne. I got that. That makes more sense. Dark Souls 2 poison arrows are really good, yeah. There's another one at the fork in the road ahead. There's another... Oh, God, my neck hurts. I'm sorry, guys. My neck hurts from reading chat. I might need to move this setup around so that I have chat on the other side, so that at least if I'm constantly turning my neck, it will be in the other direction. I will look at chat again in a second, though, I promise. I can't do it where I have to keep turning my head to the right while trying to play the game. It's hurting my neck. And I knew this happened, that's why I changed my streaming setup before. I didn't think. Like, I wasn't thinking. Like, if I used the old streaming setup today, that... I don't know, I should have come to that conclusion. Like, hey, if I do this thing that used to hurt my neck all the time, it will probably hurt my neck. Definitely don't want to deal with neck pains either. Alright, firebomb here. Didn't get as much as I was hoping. It's fine though, it chipped them enough so that I could one-shot him when he was running forward, which helps. I think the entrance to the crossroads is pretty close. Once I get there, I'll stop and I'll look at the setup and see if I can fix this so that it doesn't hurt my neck as much. There might be one more enemy, or no more. Did someone drop behind me? Nope, that's it. Okay, no more enemies. Okay, here's the crossroads. We can go get a much better Chloranthy ring for free now. Alright, so let me think about what I'm going to do about the chat window. If I put some ice on my neck after the stream, that might help. Yeah, that could help. What were you saying is sitting up here at the fork in the road? I don't remember what I'm looking for. I know where the Chloranthy ring is, though. Alright, let me see if I can move this over here. Move this over here. The big problem is this stuff. I don't know where to put this. I guess I just slide it to the side for now. The new streaming setup's so much better, guys. And then if I put this over here, it's not perfect. It's actually kind of blocking a little bit of the screen, but not an amount that I think will cause me to like get a game over or anything. The bonfire at the fork. Oh yeah, there's another bonfire. Okay. I thought you were talking about an item. Like there's another item up here that I was looking for. Not another bonfire. Okay. Let me go through the fog area before I do anything else. Yeah. Okay, so if I go through here and I hug the left wall, this will take me to a character whose name I cannot remember, but I know exactly who I'm talking about. Alright, did anything follow me? You can kind of find out if anything follows you by like trying to lock onto targets. It doesn't look like there's anything around here. I don't think anything followed me. It's tough because the enemies are invisible. Anyway, this is the tell me your name. Vengarl. This is Vengarl's head. The rest of his body is like somewhere else. You fight it later. It's like a mini boss. That's it right there. Hold on, let me get the binoculars out. Okay, so yeah, the big thing is like I actually can't see what weapon I have equipped in my left hand. That's like the big problem with the current setup now. But honestly, it's much better than neck pains. Alright, so this is Vengarl's head. It's kind of blurry. Yeah. Well, that's the best image we're gonna get. This is Vengarl's head. I think he's a vendor. I think he sells things. Do you remember what sword he uses? Is he the Murakumo user? Yeah, you can. Oh yeah, you can learn a gesture, decapitate, which is kind of amusing. You can buy. Actually, I can't see the name of this sword either. You can buy the claymore from him. You can buy the guts greatsword from him. He sells great arrows, infinite great arrows, lightning urns and resin, and is this magic barrier, which I don't. Okay, so I don't really need anything that he sells. The next place to go is, if we keep hugging the left wall, this will take us to the path that leads to the next area. We're not going to go there yet, but we are going to find that path because that is like the next landmark that tells me the next place to go. So this is... Oh, by the way, there's like trees around here, and I think if you hit the trees, it causes something to happen. The trees with the faces on them. Causes them to moan, but I don't remember what the moaning does. Yeah, the moaning does something. I don't remember what. Maybe it draws the invisible guys. So now if we hug this wall, we can take this path to the Chloranthy ring. That's the Chloranthy ring right there. This is why I didn't want to use the Pharaoh's Lockstone earlier, because you get a free Chloranthy ring right here, and it's an even better one. I have to be careful because I believe there's an enemy in the way. I won't know he's there until I can run into him. No, there's an enemy behind me. He's trying to backstab me. Is he not there? No, whatever. Yeah, that's the +1 Chloranthy ring. The +2 I think you have to get from the DC. Okay, he's there now. I saw him. Let me switch to the axe for this. Oh no, I don't have the axe. Heal. Glorious. As it turns out, fighting invisible enemies is not that easy. I think we got him. There might be another item over here worth grabbing. I think I sort of remember having an item over here that was worth grabbing. You have to be careful, though, because there's a ledge over here, and if you walk too fast, yeah, you'll run off the ledge. There's death ahead, but I think there's another item over here, though. I don't know if it's worth grabbing, but I think it's here. Here it is. Any invisible guys around? Yep, there he is. Can't see him. I think if you have a torch, they're easier to see. Where did he go? He's shooting bolts at me. Oh, come on. That's not fair. I can see him now. I can see him, but I can't hit him. He's just like... He's too invisible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. How? How? There's a little cliff thing you can walk across with another... that has another Chloranthy ring. Like, in the same area, there's another Chloranthy ring. I didn't know that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this chest. Let me try lighting the torch and see if I can see them with the torch lit. Because if I can't see them, even with the torch, then this is going to be a pain in the butt. Toggle light torch. There we go. Okay. Let me see about this. This might be the way. Oh, okay. You're talking about the one that I already grabbed. Yeah, I mean, if there's any item in the game that you think, like, to tell me about, like, I probably already know about it. Like, but, I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to mention it just in case there's something that I forgot or something that I somehow don't know about. I can see a lot better. I might be able to see the invisible guys. Okay, this is Vengarl. Yeah, I missed that Soul of a Proud Knight earlier because I couldn't see. I have to go back over here anyway to get my souls, so I might as well just check to see if I can, A, if I can see the invisible guys, and I guess B, if I can get my souls back without dying. There might be a guy following me now too. I think if you hit the tree, it causes the guys to like get focused on attacking the tree. Okay, I still can't see him even with the... Yeah, I still can't see him even with the torch. But attacking the tree does cause them to gather around the tree. Maybe walking slowly also stops them from finding you, because I think maybe they attack based on sound. Does that sound right? Ooh, there's an item there I should have grabbed. I'm also getting very lost. I'm going to lose my souls here in a second. Let me see if they're following me still. If they are, I can fight them on the staircase. I'm surprised I can't lock onto them. You know what's really cool, by the way? When you have the item from the DLC that lets you see that makes you able to see invisible enemies, and you bring it back here, you can actually see the invisible enemies in this area. It was pretty neat. Oh, come on. There's no way you immediately saw me before I even had time to hit the tree. All I need to do is just get my souls, and then I really would like to open this chest over here, but I don't know if that's going to be possible with these invisible guys chasing me. I don't remember how to fight them. I think there's a way to do it. Well, hold on. If the torch isn't doing anything, let me get rid of the torch. Oh, come on. Really? Where is this guy? He has to be somewhere. Like, he has to be... Okay, there he is. I see him. Oh, there's two. God, he's gonna break my shield. They're so fast, too. Like, if you're gonna make invisible enemies in your game, don't make them this fast. Like, straight up. Like, that's unbelievable. Old sun ring, yeah, this is it. I don't think this is even good for me. I don't think I even need this thing. I'm running away. I'm not going to fight that guy and get killed again. If I had a sweeping attack, if I had my axe, which I should probably have, but I don't. Well, I could probably equip it really quickly. But if I equipped my axe, I could do a little bit better job fighting these guys. But the rapier really requires you to specifically line up your shots. That's very hard to do when you have invisible enemies who are fast rolling around you. Alright. We're back. We're on the stairs now. I think if they come up here, you can see them. Whoa, no, that was a phantom. I think if they come up here, you can see them, but I don't think they really come up here. It takes a little bit of effort to get them to follow you all the way up there, maybe. There should be a bonfire right here. Alright. I'll rest, but I don't see any reason to go back yet. Let's keep exploring. There's a couple things around here that I know how to do, but I don't quite remember how to do. I'm pretty sure there's a skip here where you can jump across on either this side or maybe this side. This skip's not as useful because I think you can just walk over that branch anyway. So I think it would be this side. Also, there's another invisible guy. So yeah, there's more invisible guys here. They added them in this area. In vanilla, these enemies were not here. They were only in the fog. But here, you can actually find invisible enemies that are a little bit easier to see. Okay, this is the skip right here. I think this jump right there is a bit harder to make. I think the jump from the top is easier. This prevents you from needing to use a fragrant branch to get past that guy, because now we're already on the other side of him. There's a Sean Knight in here. Too early. How am I not healing? I just used a life gem. Oh, I used my Estus flask and he hit me while I was doing it. So I must have just like lost all of. I must have lost like the exact amount of health that he hit me for. Come on. Can I get the parry timing down? I can at least backstab him. I really want to parry though. Parrying is way cooler. Alright, let me use a life gem. There you go. I can parry that one. I can't. I have a hard time parrying attacks that have a delay. And then just stun lock him to death before he gets up. I think there's actually a fragrant branch in here, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Sublime Bone Dust and... Okay, no, I was wrong. For some reason I thought there was a fragrant branch over here. A lot of the ones that they added in Scholar, they put fragrant branches like behind the space where you pick up a fragrant branch. That way, like the number of branches and openings are like equal in this game. Oh, this is it, yeah. Well, this might not be the fragrant branch, but this is another item over here. And then that's the Black Knight Halberd, and this is the way back. So yeah, you can't go the other way. You have to either use the skip that I used, or you have to use a fragrant branch to get over there. And then you jump back down over here. Okay, that was it. We'll leave that guy alone for now. We're in, okay, hold on. Does a throwing knife break this? Probably not. I can't even aim it. Okay, hold on. I'll just run up and smash it. Smashing it works, okay. I don't think I can just roll through here. No. I can roll out of there, I can't roll in there. This guy is like really... I think you use a fragrant branch to wake him up and then he gives you a fragrant branch. It's really weird. I don't think I even have one to begin with, though. I think I used it just to even get to this area. Yeah, I don't even have one anyway, so it doesn't matter. Well, hold on a second. That can't be true. Because I know I have Pharaoh's Lockstones. So it would actually be over here. But yeah, I don't have it. Now, because I'm not going to go through that area again, I can just rest. I have flasks. Alright, let's see about killing this guy. And they have a lot of health. I'm probably supposed to come back to this area later. Can't lock onto him. That hurts. Yeah, I pretty much have to shield poke him to death if I'm going to use the rapier. Because I can't lock on and I can't use sweeping attacks. Honestly, I should probably fight this guy with a better weapon. Alright, let's come back to this area later. We're not ready for this. This is something I could do if I was like challenge running or speed running, but if I'm playing the game normally, like there's no reason for me to try and push my way through this area. Especially because we can go back and get our Pyromancy Flame now. Oh wow, strength build is now in the lead. How did that happen? It's been balancing between Dexterity and Faith for the whole stream, and now Strength just barely moved into the lead. Alright. The young woman should be up here. Nope, she's not where I thought she would be. I think this guy gives me an item. But it's like a ring to summon other players. I'm at the point where I'm skipping cutscenes now. Oops. Yeah, it's just to join a covenant that I don't want to join. Okay. I'm at the point where I'm skipping cutscenes because I want to get back to gameplay. Alright, so she's not up there. Maybe I have to use the bonfire to get the area. Yeah, you have to use the bonfire in Majula to get it to refresh. It's kind of weird. It's not like other areas. Yeah, see, if I teleport to Majula, it actually won't refresh. I have to use the bonfire here to get her to appear. So, interesting little outfit we just gave her.
Oh, I'm here. You even were kind enough. The only thing I can offer. It was a prayer. I faced it. It was a prayer.
She's still not giving me a flame.
Be safe. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna give me a free flame. I have to find out where to get one from. Let's look it up. Dark Souls 2. Pyromancy Flame. I know there's one in the gutter I could go get, but I think that's the one that is like specifically good if you're hollow. Pyromancy Flame, Dark Souls 2. Oh god, I went to the Fextra Life Wiki. Someone save me. It was an accident. I just clicked on the first one that came up. Oh, you get it after beating the Flexile Sentry. Okay. We can do that. In fact, let's go get the Knight Armor that I wanted. We can level up a bit while we're here, too. Upgrade the flask. We also got bone dust. We should be able to burn that. That increases the amount of healing you get from your Estus flask. What do we need in the short term? Honestly, I need damage more than anything else. Damage and stamina. Let's go 10 stamina for now. That's fine. It gives a little bit of HP too. Not really not worth even mentioning, but whatever. Alright, now we can explore Hyde's Tower, like more the way that we were supposed to be doing. Yeah. Burn Sublime Bone Dust while we're here. What happens when you burn a human effigy? What is it? I think it like stops you from being invaded or something. That sounds right. Yeah, now we can actually explore this area instead of running around hitting enemies with a broken sword. Even though a lot of these enemies are a little bit resistant to pierce damage, it's not like to the extent where we won't be dealing any damage. We'll still be dealing better damage than we were doing with a broken sword. Yeah, like this is already decent damage. Especially because, again, the thing I praise the most about the rapier is that it attacks so quickly. We can just hit him, like, even though we don't deal a lot of damage per hit, we can just hit him a bunch of times very fast. I'm gonna kill the large knights first, and then I'll go through and I'll clear out the hate knights later. Nope. This one is a bit harder for me to fight. could have been bad if I mistimed that, or if my ADP was a little bit lower. Cracked blue eye orb. Yeah, you get blue eye orbs from these guys, especially because the faction for the blue eye, like the blue covenant, is right here too. That makes sense. This one is a little scary to fight because of all the ledges around. I don't like the threat of falling, like rolling off one of these ledges by accident. So I tend to just stick close to him. Plus I can kill him pretty fast. Am I raising the platforms for the Dragon Slayer, or am I going to cheese him? I'm actually just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna raise the platforms this time. I tried to show off the cheese earlier, but I messed it up. Dragon Rider, yeah. I tried to show off the cheese earlier, but I actually messed it up because I just haven't done it in so long. It's probably better to just do it the right way. The sword one is, this sword guy is probably, in my opinion, the hardest one to fight. I don't know why, but like the delay on his attacks and like the weird hitboxes is like by far the most difficult ones to play around. Not too bad though, I did okay. Now I'm gonna kill this guy before his buddy can catch up to me. I have no stamina because I did a running attack like a fool. Okay, we got it. Yeah, I'm really feeling the power of the rapier, honestly. Such a strong weapon in this game. Do you want to fight me? I kill them so fast with these like super quick attacks. I think there's a Hade Knight over here. Oh, there's another large knight over here too. I don't remember what the large knights are called. Oh, this Hade Knight is aggressive by default. Did not expect that. The good thing is I can just hit him while he's walking up to me. Now I have to heal though. Yeah, if I just hit him while he's walking up to me, I usually can stun lock him. And then like that, yeah, I can finish him off. Yeah, I don't know if that will make the other Hade Knights aggressive, because that one attacked me first. Or if they only become aggressive if you hit the passive ones. That's a good example where I was doing less damage with the heavy than with the light, because I could spam more light attacks faster. That Hade Knight up there looks like he's still passive, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm not going to fight the dragon yet, although I probably could. The dragons in this game are kind of interesting because if you know what you're doing, you can just like never get hit by them. But I don't want to risk that, especially, like I said, being so out of practice. Yeah. Heavy attack is good against enemies like this with high poise, because the light attack wasn't enough to stun him. Ooh, Hade Knight Gauntlets, nice. We got our first Hade Knight armor. Very cool. Pretty sure it has pretty good poise too, right? Is it 8? Yeah, 8 poise. Versus 0 we had before. I would say 8 is a little bit better than 0. Falconer has 12. We can stick with that. We have 20 poise now as opposed to before we had like none. Approximately none. This helmet actually doesn't give any poise either. But I won't switch till I get a more fashionable helmet. Okay, we're not gonna fight. Oh, we're not gonna fight you. Especially now that it's already awake. If you can run up there before it wakes up, it makes the fight even easier. Let's go this way. I'm really excited to show off the Iron Man strategies on Saturday, by the way. That's gonna be so good. I got really consistent strats for Chapter 3. 2 is still a little bit dicey. I've been playing Chapter 2 just like over and over and over again, just to try to like condition myself to learn the ways, to make the chapter like a little bit more consistent. Because for me, Chapter 2 is still like, I don't know exactly how I want to say it. I don't want to say that it's not consistent yet, because it's still it's like consistent, but it's like I have to make sure that I do the right thing, and the right thing is not always the same thing, if that makes sense. Like, I have to, like, to make Chapter 2 consistent, I have to raise my awareness of the game so that I can, like, recognize, like, which line I'm on and make sure I make the right moves for that specific line. There's not, like, one play that always works in Chapter 2. You have to have a really wide awareness of, like, all the different things you need to do depending on what the enemies do. But if you're good at that, you can make that chapter 100% consistent, I think, or close to 100% consistent. Possibly even with no resets. I'm not sure. I did complete everything from chapter 0 to chapter 3. Chapter 4 that one time. But being able to do that one time is not the same thing as like being able to do it every time. That just means that my strategies are good enough that it could theoretically be possible, like on a like if I'm on fire and I don't get like horrible luck, like it could be possible for me to Iron Man through that section. I mean, technically I did it, but yeah. Was that a ring I just picked up? Which ring would I even take off? I guess the Spell Quartz ring is not even doing anything for me. In fact, I need to put on this Chloranthy ring. The old Sun ring does... It damages surrounding enemies after you take damage. Huh. Ring of Binding I don't need. The Chloranthy ring I definitely want. Maybe that was an item I picked up. I'm not sure. I really missed it. I didn't even see what I picked up. I should have been paying more attention. There's a couple more Hide Knights I'm going to go back and kill. Now that I'm here anyway. And the area is empty of all threats. And I feel pretty confident about my ability to be the Dragon Rider. Let me go with the Life Gems for now. That way I have at least one flask to fight the Dragon Rider. But there's a good chance that he probably won't even hit me. I thought if you aggroed the Hide Knights that they would all become aggro. But maybe the other one will go aggro now that I've hit this one. Maybe it's just these two that are linked together? Ooh, my Reaper's at risk. I need to think about what to do with that information. A lot weaker than my my rapier. Hello, Big Boss. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Thank you for coming. We're just playing some Dark Souls 2 today. Mostly, honestly, very casual. Okay, so I was completely wrong about the Hade Knights. I think I was just misremembering something, but it seems like they don't really aggro, even if you attack them. Or rather, at the very least, they don't have, like, linked aggression. Or if they do, it works nothing like what I thought. Maybe the way it works is that now that I've killed them, once I rest at the bonfire, they'll all come back. If that's true, that's actually pretty bad for me. Let me see if I have a repair powder. So the way repair powder works is I would equip my rapier, I would go into my inventory, yeah, then you use your repair powder, use that. That will fully, or not fully, but greatly repair the durability on my rapier. I should be able to use this to beat the Dragon Rider. Oh, they aggro once the Dragon Rider dies. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So this area will become more dangerous after I get rid of him. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Now that you said that, that sounds like something I've experienced before. In that sense, wouldn't it be smarter to kill the dragon first, so I don't have to fight a bunch of Hide Knights every time I want to fight the dragon? Might be a smart idea. I just have to remember how to actually fight the dragon. Plus I have to deal with the fact that I probably don't have very much damage. He probably has a lot of health, doesn't he? Let me check. If he has like way too much health and defense to fight him at this early in the game, I'm probably going to go back and just fight the Dragon Rider for now. Hides. Tower of Flame. Someone says just shoot him with a bunch of arrows. That's funny. If you haven't killed the Dragon Rider, you can actually summon somebody. You can summon an NPC that appears outside of the Dragon Rider's door, and then take them with you to fight the dragon. It's just telling me how to fight the dragon. It's not telling me how much health he has. What I wanted to know is how much health he has. Problem is, because he's already awake, I have a lot less faith that I'm going to be able to fight him successfully. I'm definitely going to use the hand axe for this. The sweeping attacks are going to be much better for hitting his legs. Yeah, the hardest part is getting to him. Oh, come on. Absolutely, there was a railing in the way. Are you kidding me? It just goes through walls? Okay, sure. Am I doing a rapier build? Yeah, we're doing dexterity. Even though the poll says strength right now, for most of the stream it was dexterity. There was like a couple times where like Faith went in the lead. But when I created my character and I picked my starting class, it was on dexterity. And for the most part, people have been voting for dex for most of the stream anyway. Alright, so we're going to try this again, but we're going to wait, and we're like not going to wake him up until we're ready to run up and fight him. Alright, so I'm going to switch to the rapier for fighting these guys. And then I'll switch back to the axe when I'm ready to fight the dragon. That way I can sweep at his legs a little bit more successfully. It's a good time to use a life gem. What I need to do next time is make sure not to wake him up until I'm ready to fight him. That way when I run up to him, I don't have to deal with the fire, because he'll still be in the process of waking up. Just fall off the edge, please. I don't want to deal with you. There you go. That's what that interaction right there was a really good example of what I meant earlier when I said Dark Souls 2 feels like a turn-based game. Like, I'm basically just sitting there waiting for him to finish his attack, and then I'm allowed to do my attack, and then we switch. After I do my attack, I have to wait and let him do his attack again. That sweeper can be pretty difficult to dodge. I feel like his friend is actually coming over here this time. He didn't glitch out. No, he glitched out again. Okay. It's a lot more difficult when the guy comes over here and they fight you 2 versus 1. Okay. I'll let my regenerator's ring carry me for now. And before we fight the dragon, I'll use the human effigy. That way we have plenty of health, in case we do get hit by fire or anything else. Perfect. Actually, this might be a good time to use the human effigy. That way we can get more healing from our healing ring. While we're fighting these other enemies, we'll let the healing ring heal us up a little bit. Alright, is there any way to aggro just one of these enemies instead of both? No, it looks like they're both coming out for me no matter what. It's kind of frustrating because it means I have to hit this guy like 1 time and then run away. If he was alone, I could hit him like 4 times. I can't do that while he's got another guy, like a huge guy behind him. Oh, BS. Okay, this is a time where I have to use a life gem. That's the combo that works really well against them. Hit once, dodge. Walk around the other attack and then hit him a few more times. Okay, as long as the dragon doesn't wake up from... In fact, I'm not even going to grab the souls. I'll grab them on the way up. That way the dragon has no chance of waking up on me. Until I'm absolutely sure that I'm going to run underneath him. Oh, whatever. Alright, we're going to life gem. In fact, let's switch to our axe first. We're going to life gem. I'm going to get my Estus flask ready. And then I'm going to run straight up to this guy before he can breathe any fire on me. Nice try. Okay, he doesn't have a lot of HP. We can do this. He actually has a very low amount of HP. Way less than I expected. I think there's no way to dodge this fire. How would I dodge this? Does anyone have any suggestions on how you would dodge that? That was a lucky dodge. It's actually a good thing that I equipped my Estus flask. If I had used the life gem there, he absolutely would have killed me before I got the life gem healing. Alright, we got a petrified dragon bone and a watch dragon parma. You can dodge that aerial attack by running back onto the bridge. Oh, okay, cool, thanks. This opens the way to the Dragon Slayer boss. We're definitely... I don't think I want to fight the Dragon Slayer yet. I'd rather go fight the Dragon Rider. Check out my cool scars. Yeah, we'll go up there later. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to be a little bit stronger. The fire attack only hits on the circle, the area where I'm fighting him. Have I played this game before? Yeah, I played it a ton, but it was it was so long ago that I've just forgotten like most of the stuff that I knew. Like I used to be really good at this game, but not so much anymore. I mean, I think I'm still pretty good, but I'm making a lot of mistakes, and I don't remember. Like I have to ask chat questions that I probably would have known off the top of my head before. But yeah, we'll go fight the Dragon Rider. I'm not going to fight anything else because I don't want to waste the durability on my rapier. As long as we aggro that guy into attacking first, we don't have to deal with him hitting me while I'm trying to go through the fog wall. Okay, yeah, we deal plenty of damage now with our upgraded weapon. We tried fighting him at the start of the stream with like a broken sword. It was really bad. Like not like a sword that had broken because of low durability. Like I was using the broken sword item. It was so funny. I've beaten him with it before though, in the past. It's not exactly impossible. That's gonna hit me. The main reason we're going here is so I can go get the knight helmet with the visor, because I think it looks really cool. And then we do want to get to No Man's Wharf so we can get the Pyromancy Flame later. Because we're going to be doing Dex Pyromancy, I guess. You want to attack, or... Okay. There you go. You forgot how flimsy the weapons are in Dark Souls 2, so... The problem is that the durability loss of weapons is tied to the frame rate of the game, and in Scholar of the First Sin, they increase the frame rate from 30 FPS to 60 FPS, and this causes your weapons to break twice as fast, which is unbelievable. The reason is because your weapon spends twice as many frames inside of the enemy. So instead of being inside of the enemy for 30 frames, and losing 1 point of durability, your weapon is inside of the enemy for 60 frames and loses 2 frames of durability. That's not exactly how it works, but it's like a good visualization of what's happening. Do I need a fragrant branch to open the bit with the knight armor? Ooh, maybe. You don't think rapiers have ever been this good in any other Souls games? Yeah, I think the rapier is arguably, possibly the best weapon in this game. It's definitely one of the best weapons in this game specifically. you never knew about the FPS affecting durability. It's actually something people used to complain about a lot when Scholar first came out. That's how I know about it. Yeah, the rapiers deal such insane damage, and they're so fast is the thing. Now, there's a way you can kill Licia right now if you want to get rid of her. It can be pretty funny to do so. It prevents the what is her name? There's a red phantom that's actually Licia, who appears later on in the game. I can't remember her name right now, but you can actually prevent her from appearing by I think you can prevent her from appearing by killing Licia now. I'm not sure. This is where I would have gone first if I was doing a faith build. Since we're not doing the faith build, we don't really need any of these miracles. We don't really need anything from her. But I'll just send her. I'm just gonna send her forward. Yeah. And the way forward is here. After you talk to her, she'll go over to the lockaway on the other side, and she will open it for you. I want to show you guys something really fun down here, though. So underneath this staircase is the body of a cleric, a corpse of a cleric. It's very strongly implied that Licia killed this cleric and stole their items, and then went up there and like pretended to be a cleric. There's many hints in the game that she's not a real cleric, or that she's not like a really like a devout believer or anything like that. But in my opinion, this is the biggest hint. In the area where you first meet her, underneath the stairwell, there's a body stashed away under here, and you find a monastery charm on it. Let me find it. Is this it? Monastery charm? Yeah. So many charms were blessed in reconstructed ancient ceremonies carried out in the monastery of Lindelt, specifically this is specifically a monastery charm from Lindelt, and she claims to be a cleric from Lindelt, but the actual cleric from Lindelt's body is underneath the staircase where you meet her. So pretty interesting stuff. That's like one of my favorite lore things that I discovered on my own. I don't think anyone ever told me about that. I just found it. I talked about it a while ago too, but that was back during when I got like 0 to 1 viewers per stream. So obviously nobody else knew about it. Doesn't look like there's a fragrant branch here. I should be able to beat this guy, but I'm kind of stuck in a corner now. I might be able to just out DPS him. Yeah, I got him. Okay. That was scary. Let's see. Big Boss, you're asking if this game's lore is connected to the other games. Oh yeah, it is. It is. I don't think it's as directly connected to Dark Souls 1. And honestly, when Miyazaki came back with Dark Souls 3, you can tell he had a little bit, like, creative types can kind of be like this, where, like, you know, he worked on Dark Souls 1, he didn't work on Dark Souls 2, and he did work on Dark Souls 3. So he kind of throws a lot of shade at Dark Souls 2, well, I think unfairly, in my opinion. I think it's a great game. Let me see if the Knight Armor's over here. Okay, the Knight Armor's not over here, so yeah, it might be behind a Fragrant Branch. Anyway, I think he unfairly throws a lot of shade at Dark Souls 2, but either way, there are things in Dark Souls 3 that do connect to Dark Souls 2, especially if you do the Scholar ending, where you extinguish the flame, because in Dark Souls 3, the game starts in the world where, like, the flame has been extinguished. It kind of carries out from that point of view, like as if the Dark Souls 2 Scholar ending had been carried out. That probably should have been a backstab, but oh well. These ones are really easy to defeat, because you just walk behind them and hit them. I actually don't have that much health either. I have to switch to the axe because my rapier is pretty close to breaking. Yeah, I'm going to be sad if this requires a Fragrant Branch, because I really want that Knight Helmet. Did they change it? Because I don't think there used to be a statue here before. I don't think they would put a statue in front of, like, a basic Knight Armor set. There's a lot of elevators in this game. It's pretty infamous for having so many elevators, especially ones that don't really make a lot of sense when they connect to other areas, but personally I don't really care. I'd rather step on an elevator that just takes me to the next level, even if it doesn't make a lot of sense, rather than needing to ride a horse there for 5 minutes. You've never played the original Dark Souls 2, but in Scholar, you are certain that in Scholar it wants a fragrant branch. That's really sad. I really want this knight helmet, and we're not gonna get it because even if I don't even have a fragrant branch left. I used it already, but if I had one, I don't think I would use it for this. This is the coolest helmet in the game, guys. We're getting robbed. This is a good moment for a throwing knife. I feel like I can just kill him. I don't even need to fight him. It's not worth the risk. Now I'm pretty sure one of the areas over here, yeah, I think we're in deep water right now. So you can't really tell unless you know, but over here in shallow water you can roll. But when you come over here into the deep water, I think either you can't roll, or no, you can still roll, but you just move a lot slower in the deep water. Maybe you can't run? No, you can run, okay. I'm not sure. Maybe the deep water, there's like levels of water. I think when it gets really deep, maybe you can't roll anymore. It definitely slows down your walking speed. I know that much. Yeah, no more fragrant branches. You like the helmet that bangs against the ladders when you slide down them? Isn't that from Bloodborne? The gold Areo. Alright, we have about 30,000 souls. It's probably time to head back to Bajula. I really like games that have a hub world like this. This to me feels more wizardry inspired. When you have like a town that you go back to and like all the shopkeepers are there and you level up there and all of the NPCs go there and then you just like warp into the dungeons. Like to me that's ideal gameplay. That's like peak gameplay for me because it's faster and more convenient. There's one in Dark Souls 2 as well, but you don't remember what it's called. Ah, okay. You thought that was edited, says Big Boss. No, I know the one from Bloodborne is real for sure. Hello, Cell. You just got back. We're doing Dexterity build. Even though the poll right now says Strength build, Dexterity was in the lead for most of the stream, and especially a while ago when I was actually planning my build. I can't change my build now, so I just left the poll up anyway, because usually having a poll up is more fun. What did I want to do here? Leveling up's probably fine. I also have more shards. Yeah, let's see. We're a little bit past the 4-hour mark now. I wonder how much I wonder how long I'm gonna stream today. The big thing is I want to get something to eat at some point in time. That's the big point for me. Is it time to start just like raising decks? I mean, a little bit of more HP wouldn't hurt. I'm pretty sure like 20 here is pretty good. I'm so used to playing Bloodborne that like I feel like I don't want to raise my endurance, because in Bloodborne I always play with minimum stamina. Bloodborne gives you so much stamina. The actions that you take require so little stamina, and your stamina recovers so fast. There's like no reason to level up your stamina stat. But in this game you actually do need to level it up, usually to around like 20. I probably don't need to like rush that though. I can probably just do like a mix of like vigor, endurance. Let's get them both to 12, and then let's do some dexterity because we're using a dex weapon, like a very scaling heavy weapon. So the faster we get this to, I think 20 is the soft cap in this game. The faster we get this like to around like 20ish, we will get very good, like very fast returns on our damage. We probably also need more strength at some point, so I'm gonna keep a few extra souls until we can find a better shield. But these levels are good. Like, these levels are not going to be wasted. They might not be like the optimal choices for like this exact moment, but in terms of long-term planning, they will pay off eventually at some point in time. Surprisingly, I actually didn't find any more Titanite shards yet. It's probably worth it to have like multiple weapons in this game, just because of the durability system. Alright, let's go explore. Where should we even explore? Let's go to No Man's Wharf. Yeah, we're probably doing it. We're definitely doing a dexterity build. Ooh, we just hit 100 views. Very cool. My philosophy, my YouTube philosophy is that if I ever get 100 views on a video, it was worth it. Yeah, repair powders are. Excuse me, hold on. Excuse me, hold on. Okay. My acid reflux does not like it when I try to stream for more than 4 hours. Should we play through one more area? Let me rest my voice for a minute, and if it comes back, I'll keep playing. But if it does not come back, I might just have to stop. Because I can feel my voice is very hoarse today. Probably because I also went out with my sister earlier. We went shopping and did a couple other things. And she talks a lot, but that also means that I have to talk a lot to keep up with her. Because she's very chatty. So not only was I chatting more than usual today, but I've also just streamed for 4 hours, which is not great for me. The good thing is the stream on Saturday was pretty short. Well, I mean, that was kind of a bad thing because it was due to internet issues, but whatever. The Saturday stream was pretty short, and as I mentioned, I got the internet fixed already, so we're not going to have any stream problems like that again anytime soon. Hopefully. I guess there's no way to guarantee that 100%. But as far as I know, there shouldn't be any big stream problems again. I think an enemy follows me in here. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, my voice came back pretty quickly. I think that's not that bad. Yeah, repair powders are not optional in this game. They are extremely mandatory. There he is. You have to be careful because the enemies will destroy these chests. And they can also shield kick you as he just did. Alright, come over here. I don't want you to destroy my chest. If they destroy the chests, you lose the item inside. Varangian. These are the Varangian armors. But yeah, repair powder is pretty essential in this game. I think there's a vendor who sells infinite. I can't remember exactly which one they are or where they are, but I'm certain it's possible to buy infinite repair powders. And they're quite useful. These guys have a little bit of extra poise. I'm gonna switch over to two-handed. That way I can kill them without allowing them to poise through my attacks. Understanding poise breakpoints is extremely important in this game. Honestly, all Souls games. It's probably one of the most important skills to develop, like to transition from being a new player to like an even moderately experienced player. I think learning like poise, like how poise works. You don't need to memorize all the breakpoints, but like if you hit an enemy and it doesn't stun them, like you need to switch to something else that will stun them. Like you can't just keep spamming the same attack that doesn't work and then like get confused as to why it doesn't work. Like that is an essential first step of like starting to get good at the game and understand like what you're doing. Especially it's so important in Bloodborne. I would say Bloodborne is one of the most important things because that game doesn't even have shields. So you can't even do like the block and then counterattack strategy. Like you have to be able to stun lock enemies in that game. And once you learn how to do, it makes the game so much easier. I got a capture hit on him there. Barbecued Llama. It catches you off guard when you come back to Dark Souls 2 after playing 1 or 3, and you find all of your stuff breaks after going through just one area. You like to swing around your Zweihander and Big Club. That's as much strategy as you use. Well, the thing is, I mean, like, those weapons already do a high amount of poise damage, so you wouldn't have really noticed this. But if you're using a one-handed rapier and it doesn't stun an enemy, like, that's a good sign that you need to switch to two-handed. And the thing is, like, it's usually that simple. Like, most enemies, if they can poise through one-handed attacks, they probably cannot poise through two-handed. Like, most things cannot poise through two-handed attacks. Like, I'll show you now. Yeah, see, like the one-handed attack, well, that just killed him. Doesn't counter damage, but... This, by the way, is Torch Bro. He is not hostile. He will just follow you around and just light the area for you. It's pretty cool. We will keep him alive for the time being. He moves kind of slow, though. Yeah. I mean, I can't really show it off now because my two-handed attack is just killing the enemy. Where did that dog go? I need a shield if I'm going to fight dogs. Okay. One thing I love about Bloodborne specifically is that it's very easy to deal with the dogs because you have a shotgun. And it does extremely well against them. You just blast them with a shotgun. Not only is that fun and awesome and funny, but it's also just like a quality of life thing. Unlike Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, where dogs just like jump around and are extremely annoying and like impossible to fight. The trauma from torch hollows in Dark Souls 1 means that you always kill anything killing a torch before it can ever hurt you. This is Lucatiel. Unlike Lisha of Lindelt, I believe that she actually is from Mira, for several reasons. I'm pretty sure there's one area you can go to early where if you talk to her twice in that specific area, there it is. You can unlock something that normally requires meeting her 2 times. Like there's a slight error in the like how the game counts how many times you've met her. I can't remember exactly how it works, but something like that. There you go. You saw my first attack stun him, right? But yeah, there's an error in how the game counts, like how many times you've met her. And I'm pretty sure it's the one in the, what is it called, Las Bastille? I'm pretty sure it's the one in the Las Bastille. If you talk to her twice there, it counts as if you've talked to her twice. Even though it shouldn't happen until you go and talk to her a second time in like a different area. I don't know if I'm explaining that in a way that makes sense, but it's a cool little piece of trivia. I think Torch Bro got stuck on a wall somewhere, but it's fine. We don't really need him. I mean, it's funny to let him follow me around, but it's not that necessary. There you go. See, the first hit stunned him, the second hit killed him. I can't do that with a one-handed rapier. Okay, shield poke's not working so well. I'll just use the regular poke. There is a sniper that I think you can shoot through these windows. Yeah, oh no, yeah, it's him. He has a bow, if I'm not mistaken. You can shoot him through this window, I think. I haven't done it in a long time, I might be misremembering. Oh, let's see. Cell, you think the dogs are the worst part of any Souls game? I mean, at least in Bloodborne, like, they give you tools for dealing with them effectively. Honestly, everything about Bloodborne is just perfect. Besting. Fighting dogs on stairs is rough, yeah. Big Boss asks if they teleport in this game. I'm not sure if they do. I know for sure that they teleport in Dark Souls 3, and I know exactly how it works in that game. So I feel pretty confident speaking on that. But in this game, I actually just don't know if they do or, like, how it works. Get rid of that guy so he's not bothering me later. The archer is a little bit too far away. I don't know what to do about him. I mean, I have a bow of my own, but I haven't brought it with me. There should be an enemy around. Yeah, it's one of the... Oh, okay, it's been a long time since I fought these guys. I do not remember how to fight these guys at all. Okay, they have very low poise. That's good. So if I stun lock them, I can just kill them. Yeah. Okay. I also noticed that they have accumulated poise, which means when I hit them the second time, it does not stun them. So what I should be doing is switching to Oops, I am using the wrong thing that I did not want to use. Alright, let me switch to two-handed. So for the second attack, I should be doing R2. Oh, that didn't work. He hyper-armored through that one. Okay. Anyway, if I'm fighting them on flat footing when they don't have their hyper armor active, what I should be doing is hit them once with R1 and then the second time with R2. So that the R2, I think, should stun him. No, it didn't work. Okay, he just goes into hyper armor immediately. So I should only hit them one time and then back off. So one hit will always stun them, but it looks like a second hit will never stun them. Ooh, I got the tattered cloth. Unfortunately, I'm kind of already using a good armor piece in this set. Yeah, I don't want to switch to something with lower poise, especially because my poise sucks right now. What I like to do, what I like to do later when you actually get decent poise options is like mix and match my armor, like a mix of light armor and heavy armor, and then just use whatever looks cool, while also like getting the most poise that I can get. I think firebombs are good here. Yeah, it does okay. Not as good as I expected. Yeah, hit him once and then just run away. They come out of hit stun right into an attack with hyper armor, so you can't fight them. You can't stun lock them to death. Haha, I tricked him. I definitely want more stamina. Yeah, so if you guys are curious about that teleporting dog thing, in Dark Souls 3, when you're not looking at a dog, like if I'm looking at the dog, like let's say this rock is a dog, when I'm looking at the dog, the game renders it. But once I look away, the game stops rendering him. He's still an object in the game, but he's not rendered anymore. And for some reason, it runs a special code that will take the dog object and place it behind you. Like, you see where this bloodstain is? I can't see the bloodstain right now, but the game would place the dog right there so that when you turn around, the dog is right behind you, even if it wasn't actually behind you. Like, it will teleport him from here over to here so that he appears behind you. It only happens when you're not looking at them, though. So if you keep your camera on the dog at all times, it stops them from teleporting. It can be frustrating, though, because while the dogs are chasing you, it gives them a huge advantage. I don't have quite enough damage to finish him off. Maybe R1 into R1, R2 could finish him. Now, I'm pretty sure one or both of these chests are trapped. Also, I thought Gavlin was supposed to be up here. Where is he? No Gavlin? Huh. Interesting. Okay. This might be trapped. It is not. Okay, so this one will be trapped. Oh, I gotta open it first. The poison one, I think, is like impossible to dodge, but as long as you roll away fast enough, it never deals enough poison to completely poison you. So I guess taking a little bit of poison is better than getting fully poisoned. Gavlon is somewhere else. Okay, they moved him. In vanilla, he was definitely here. That's why this note is here, Visions of Friend. Somebody wrote this note here because this used to be Gavlon's spot. I guess they moved him in Scholar. I haven't played Scholar nearly as much as I played the original. Just because I played the game when it first came out and I played it so much. Like, I just played it a bunch. Oh, come on. But yeah, I played the game when it first came out, and I played it a bunch at that time. And so, as a result, I have a ton of experience in vanilla Dark Souls 2. And then once Scholar came out, I mean, I still played the game, but I had already played it so much. Anything behind me? No. I'd rather actually go two-handed here so I can stun lock them, yeah. There you go. You just outrace them on their damage. It's better than trying to block them, especially because they have bleed. They added some new, really nasty enemies in this area. There's like an assassin hiding somewhere around here. I don't remember where he is, but I know he's around here somewhere. He's a little further down. I do remember that. He might be over here. Yeah, there he is. No, that's not him. That's a torch. This guy's whatever. I can deal with him. Let's see what's in here first. Fire arrows. Those are good. You actually can use those in Lost Bastille to access an area that's otherwise locked. I'll show it off when we get there, although it's probably not going to be today. I don't think I can do much more streaming today. I reached my limit. 4 hours is my limit, and I'm already past that. Yeah, I'm not quite hitting the kill thresholds on these guys. Oh, well, that sucks. The one thing I don't like about the rapier is that the tracking on the rolling attack is not perfect. So a lot of times when you roll into an attack, you'll just like whiff on the enemy. This one here. Sometimes it just like gets away from you. You forgot to ring the bell to bring the ship forward. I think I can still do it. Oh great, my rapier's at risk now too. Hold on a second. God, that guy has insane tracking. Switch to my axe. I think what you can also do is you can equip, like I could equip my axe and my rapier and then use the repair powder. Pretty sure there's a way to knock him off the ledge, but I don't remember how to do it. Maybe you need a vertical attack or a bow. Let's get up here. I'll just fight you normally. Or that. But yeah, I think you can shoot an arrow at the bell to ring it. Plus, I was gonna go back up there anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. There's... Where in the world is this assassin? I suck. There he is. Oh, nice backstab. I didn't even mean to do that. Alright, let me go back upstairs now that I got rid of the assassin. I definitely forgot about the bell though, yeah. But it's not that big of a deal. You can ring it with an arrow like as soon as you enter the area. You don't actually need to go up here. You can just shoot it with an arrow. Alright. I wanted to drop down. Oh, okay, never mind. This is the same spot where I just was. Okay, so dropping down here didn't accomplish anything. Well, we learned something new. Bunch of dogs over here. I think there's another assassin over there, maybe. This, I think, is where they moved Goblin, and there might be a shortcut here. There's definitely not a wall here. Oh, there is a wall here. Are you crazy? I don't think I knew about this wall. I either completely forgot about this, or I literally did not know about this wall. I know about the other one. I don't think I knew about this wall. What's here? A firebomb and... Let me see. Whatever's in here is going to tell me if I knew about this area. Large Titanite shard? I don't think I knew about this. Wow, that's crazy. You still learn new things every day, I guess. Yeah, you just need that R2 that will stun him, and then you can finish him off like that. The one-handed... sorry, the R1 that will do it. The one-handed R1 won't do it, usually. It's actually nicer that Goblin appears later in the level, because it gives you time to find souls, so that you can afford to buy the items that he's selling. The poison arrows especially are good. Honestly, like, all the poison stuff is good. Poison throwing knives are good. The poison moss would be good, but I can't afford it. You can sell things to him. Yes, you can sell things to Goblin. Okay, I'm going to sell my spare dagger. I'm going to sell broken sword. I don't know, actually, you only get one broken thief sword. I'm going to keep it for collection purposes. Is an enemy attacking me right now? It wouldn't surprise me. I think I have 2 short bows. I'm going to sell one. I can sell all of these, like, droppable armor sets, but like I said, I kind of want to keep at least one of everything for collection purposes, even though there's no real reason to do that, especially because it's not like I haven't done it before. Like, honestly, selling this would be a lot better use of it, because I'm not planning to use it ever. There are things in here you can sell too. I'm trying to remember what they are. Like, there are things here that are worth selling, like these smooth and silky stones. Like you're not going to get something from the crow that's worth more than 600. Petrified something is actually good, though. It would be nice if you could sell the souls for their actual value the way you can in other games. In later games, they added that feature. That was a nice feature. I used to sell human effigies, but honestly, with how crappy I've been playing today, I should probably keep them. Alright, let me do this. I want to at least get some poison curing moss. So let me do this while I'm here. I'll show you how to ring the bell using the bow after this. I guess 14 is enough for now. It's so expensive, I can't afford anymore. This should be the one way. Yeah, so this is a shortcut, sort of. rid of this guy. Unfortunately, the axe doesn't do as much damage, but as long as I hit him with, I stun him with the first hit, it's fine. I can chip him down with the follow-up attacks. That was a panic roll. Embarrassing. These guys will destroy this chest. They're very good at destroying this chest if you don't fight them correctly. Got some repair powder, that's going to be useful soon. I think there's another chest down here that they destroy too. Start this encounter by backstabbing this guy at least. Do the other ones wake up? No, they don't. Maybe I can backstab this one too. The enemies in this game are way better at detecting stealth. It's actually kind of tricky to sneak up on some of them. The sleeping ones are easy, the awake ones are actually pretty hard. You have to walk very slowly towards them. There you go. No, they wouldn't destroy this chest. It's just the one upstairs I was thinking of. Ooh, brigand armor. I think this one is kind of goofy looking. It's actually kind of cool, but it doesn't have any poise. I want something with poise. Because our leggings don't have any poise anyway, though, I think the brigand legging is like one of the lightest armors that actually gives a lot of defense for its weight, just while not having it like much or any poise. So honestly, just for weight purposes, we'll use the brigand leggings for now. But once we get something that can give us poise, we'll switch over to poise. Alright, so this is like near the start of the level, actually. We can come back through this way again later if we die, in order to like shortcut to the end. Okay. I think sweeping attacks are just the best thing against dogs in this game. The Varangian Shield. Yes, I can't remember exactly where this is, but I know it's near the start of the level. This Pharaoh's Lockstone is completely pointless. Unlike the ones that actually give you something, this gives you like nothing. This, okay, under here, this is the building, this is the house that Torch Bro starts in. So I know where we are. So we're literally at the start of the level. This is Torch Bro's house. Unfortunately, I think we can't get back up here. Oh, we can. Okay, cool. We can't get back up here though, for sure. All right, so we're just gonna start at the beginning. Let me get my bow, and I'm gonna look for the bell. I don't even remember where the bell is, but I know you can ring it with the bow. I need wood arrows are fine. All right, so we need to find the spot where you can see the bell from. Oh, that's Torch Bro. It does a light... Oh, sorry, it does light a big light, which looks kind of nice. Yeah. But I mean, like, you know, most of the other ones you get, like, treasure from. Like, obviously treasure is more valuable than just, like, lighting up an area when you have an NPC Torch Bro who follows you around. Okay, do you see the bell from here? That's it. Yeah, I see it. So if you hit this... It might be too far away right now. It's not ringing. Okay, maybe I'm misremembering. We'll try to ring it when we get closer and see if that works. And if not, then I'm probably misremembering. I could have sworn you can actually just ring this bell just by shooting it. Alright, let's see. If I go up here... Is that Torch Bro? Is there something else nearby? Something more dangerous? Okay, this will answer my question. Yeah, shooting it works. So if you have the right bow and if you know what you're doing, you can shoot it from like down there and ring the bell when you first enter the level, and then you don't have to come up here. You can just use the thing that lets you, there's like a gap down there you can jump across or like fall down, and it just takes you to the other side that the ship is on, and you can go right to the ship. I don't remember the route anymore. I used to know it. Oh, that is not a drop. Is that a safe drop? That is not a safe drop. I'm not dropping down there. Alright, let's switch our equipment. Axe is fine for now. Yeah, the rapier in particular has pretty low durability. It has no practical use, but aesthetics count for something. It's true. Totally true. I mean, if I had all of the Pharos Lockstones, I would definitely, like, activate it. Excuse me. The problem is, this early on in the game especially, I don't have very many Pharos Lockstones, and so I want to save them. I want to use them for things that are going to open treasure chests, and, like, give me important things, like open up new areas, open up, like, new treasures and things like that. Okay, so the hidden door I know about is in here. I'm actually really surprised there was one in here that I didn't know about. Oh, that was not smart. Hold on a second. My PC, my second PC that I used to read chat, just went into sleep mode on its own. Because I guess I haven't touched it in a while. That really tells you how long I've been streaming. Since we're already... Oh crap, hold on. Oh wow. I knew I was poisoned, and I just, like, completely ignored the fact that my health was draining. I caught that just in time. That was, like, a really close save. Alright, so this right here is another illusory wall. That was such a boneheaded move. I really could have died there. Okay, this should be... Yeah, there you go. It's a breakable wall. Now, unfortunately, I don't think I have any good attacks for hitting lizards. This might be bad. Okay, now I can get him with this. That could have been bad. I knew this was a breakable wall. I forgot there was a lizard in here. I could have just lost that lizard. Although I think you just reload the game and they come back. I got a branch. I could run and grab the knight armor now. It's true. Is there any other area where the branch is mandatory, though? Because I probably need to... If there's, like, a mandatory area, I probably need to use it on the mandatory thing first. Royal Soldier's Ring, I think increases my equip load, yeah. Ring of Giants increases poise. Ring of Giants is really good. It's like a massive poise increase for only 2 weight. Use it to get to the Ruined Sentinels. I think there's another one. There's like an essential one. I think there's an essential one that I need to make sure that I keep like 1 branch for. But I could be misremembering. It might be the one, I might be thinking of the one that I already opened. I see you. Okay, I think there's another one, or some other kind of enemy somewhere around here. There he is. Oh, how did that completely whiff? You can backstab these guys, by the way. I got kind of lucky there. Even though my attack whiffed, it kind of put me in a perfect position to backstab. The only essential one you remember is the one for the Pyromancy woman? Okay, so I'm probably thinking of the one that I already opened. Is there not an enemy in here? I guess not. Oh, let me get my bow. No, I don't need the bow yet. Hold on, there's like one more enemy I can fight. It's this guy right here. I need my axe for. Now I need... Oh, hold on, there's another guy coming. I'm gonna need my bow in a minute to do something really funny. I just have to make sure there's like nothing else that's gonna run up and attack me in melee. Human effigy and a life gem. Okay. We're still human, by the way, right? Yeah, it's been a while since the last time we died. I think I finally got back into the groove of things. Okay, so if you switch to a bow here, there are guys hanging down from the docks somewhere around here. Let me see if I can find them. There's like a bunch of guys trying to ambush you by hanging off the docks. Like hanging off the side of the docks. There's one. I see him. If you shoot his fingers, he falls into the water and dies instantly. Kind of funny. I think there's more of these guys around here. Do you see any? That might be one right there. Yeah, that's one. Okay, so if you just shoot his hands. Okay, I don't have a good shot on this one. I can't get him. Maybe here. No, I just can't get him. Okay, screw it. It would have been funny. Either way, if you can shoot these guys' hands, they fall into the water. It's kind of amusing. Is this Lucatiel? Yeah, I might summon Lucatiel for this boss because if I recall correctly, you need to actually summon her a certain number of times in order to advance her quest line. Specifically, for some reason in Dark Souls 2 they make it so you have to summon them for successful boss fights, and you have to keep them alive too, which can be actually kind of tricky. So it's not just like you have to summon them, but you actually have to summon them, you have to win the fight, and they have to also survive the fight, which can be tough. It means you have to kill the boss pretty fast, on top of them having like a boosted health bar. This is Carillion? Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't bring him with me. He won't actually talk to you if your intelligence is too low, and our intelligence is very low and it's going to remain low. I think there's another way to get over here other than this shortcut. Honestly, I might be misremembering though, because I remember there's a way to just like shoot the bell and then go right to the boss, but it might just be just like running through the area quickly without ringing the bell, maybe. I don't see any other guys hanging down. I swear I thought there used to be more. Maybe they just moved their positions around or something from vanilla. Or I'm just, you know, implanting false memories in myself. Could be anything. There's definitely a bunch of guys around here. I like to run up and hit him first just because I don't like it when archers are constantly shooting at me. This guy you can poise through. Especially with our Giant's Ring, that makes a huge difference. I haven't fought one of these guys yet today, so I'm probably going to be a little rusty on their moveset. Especially if I might just completely whiff my attack. It looks like you cannot backstab them. You can stun lock them. They don't come out of hit stun into hyper armor like some of the other big guys. Jumping attacks are always good. Jumping attacks are so busted in Elden Ring because jumping is so easy in that game. You just have to push one button to jump, and then but then they kept the jumping attacks as strong as they are in this game, where it requires like a very complicated input. Once you trigger the boss fight, the water level in the ship starts rising, which causes the fight to become significantly harder. Let's go summon Lucatiel and let's repair our gear while we're here. I'm gonna put my rapier in this hand. And then, I think this will repair both weapons. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so we can use the rapier to defeat the boss. I'm not going to need a shield for this, so I might as well not even equip it. It'll just weigh me down. I'll go two-handed. The tricky thing about the Lucatiel quest is that sometimes when she's walking up these docks, she gets stuck, and she won't go into the boss arena with you. And then also, I'm pretty sure at least one time I have seen her just walk right off the plank and die. And if that happens, then not only do you have to summon her again, but you have to go back through you have to like reset the entire level to make her summoning sign appear again. So you have to go back through the entire level. Resummon Lucatiel, bring her into the boss fight, and win the fight. At least now, if I keep her close to me, she probably won't walk off the edge. You've seen Lucatiel fall off the bridge before. Good times. Come here, don't walk off the bridge. Okay, I think we're safe now. Now we're gonna bring her in here. We're gonna defeat this boss. This is probably one of the easiest bosses to beat in the game, and so it's a very good way to advance Lucatiel's quest by having her defeat this boss, this very easy boss, rather than a more difficult boss. This is definitely an ADP check. I'm just gonna heal on that. Fighting the side with the clubs, in my opinion, is much easier. The swords, not only do they deal bleed damage, but I feel like they're way more punishing against your ADP. Whereas the clubs are just like much easier to dodge. with low iframes. And they have an easier moveset to predict and play around. Alright, we're done. Thank you, Lucatiel. Let me wave to her. Bye-bye. So that should have advanced her quest by 1 stage. The water level's not even too high yet either. Now the Pyromancy Flame is somewhere around here. If I'm not mistaken, there is a texture error in this room, and we will find it. It has something to do with... I think it's this chest. So this chest was added here, and they did not add the shadows that are supposed to be behind it, which is why there's no shadow on this chest. Like, you can see everything else in the room has a shadow. Like, there's shadows all around the room. There's a shadow behind this thing, but there's no shadow behind this chest. And I think in other rooms there are shadows on chests. Like, normally there's supposed to be shadows, but this chest only does not have a shadow, I think. I think that's what I'm thinking of. It's either that, or it has something to do with this shadow over here. Like, maybe there used to be an item here and they moved it, and so there's a shadow here. I can't remember what the exact error is, but I remember there being a texture error in this room. Anyway, this gives us access to the other Lost Bastille entrance. I'm just gonna skip that cutscene. I don't like watching long cutscenes of nothing happening. Man, I'd really love to keep playing, but I think it's probably time to stop. Not only do I need to eat, but I don't want to keep playing when I already know that I'm having acid reflux problems. I'm probably just going to take it easy until Saturday. It's probably the smart move. But I'll finish up what I'm doing now. I'm not just going to abruptly end the stream. It's actually 3 a.m. for you? Oh, okay. Well, I'm actually kind of flattered that you stayed up till 3 in the morning watching me play Dark Souls 2, of all things. If I'm not mistaken, there's a secret item around here somewhere. It has something to do with this elevator. Yeah, we can't get it from this angle, but I think we can get it from another angle. It's only about 10 here, which is honestly pretty late to be eating dinner, but I actually had something that resembles a dinner earlier. I just want to eat like one more thing before I go to bed, like some kind of small snack or something. And I'll probably be up a little bit late tonight anyway. I can stay up as late as I want tonight, so I will do so. Maybe get some writing done. Yeah, you just have to get back on top of the lift when it's going down. Okay, no enemies in here. That's a little bit surprising. So the way you do it is... you go like this. Then while it's going down, you jump on top. And then... tricky part is I actually don't remember which side the thing is on. It's not this side. I think I already went past it. Well, we're going to be doing this again. We're going to pay closer attention to which side it's on. I mean, it's got to be on this side. Oh, what is this? Oh, never mind. I think this is it. Okay, never mind. I misunderstood what was happening. How do I get out of here? Oh, there's a hole here. Okay. I thought that you needed to roll off at a specific time. This is actually much better. If you just stand on the top, it brings you right to where you need to be. You're heading to bed now. Alright, have a good night. I'm ending the stream soon anyway, so you're not going to miss much else. I'm probably just going to run over to this next bonfire, go back to Majula, and then start thinking about my last meal of the day. I don't know what you call it. Super late dinner or something else, because I've already eaten dinner. There's certain enemies around here. I can't remember what their typing is. Are there Haid Knights here? I actually don't know if this is Haid. No, this isn't Haid, because we've already been to Haid's Tower of Flame. I always get weirded out by the fact that there's like 2 common fruit in this jail cell. I don't know why it weirds me out so much. It just makes me wonder why are there 2 fruits in this jail cell? And it's also not even a good item. So it's like they put an item there that like has no real value, and also I don't really understand why it's there. I don't know. Let's go back to Majula and upgrade our flask. Maybe level up and then do something else. Something significant, something that will give me value. Something that will prove that I'm a good person. Let's burn this sublime bone dust. I really like how fast you can level up in this game too. I feel like you level up so slowly in Elden Ring. I don't know why it feels that way to me. It's like that game has a lot of levels too. Like this game has a lot of levels. Like you have to level up to like, I think like, is it like 120 or 150 to have like a complete build in this game? But like Elden Ring also has a really high level, but it feels like you just don't get very many echoes, and each individual level, it costs a lot to level up. That could just be like a feeling thing. It might not actually be objectively, like mathematically true, but when I was playing the game, I felt that way. I felt like I was leveling up very slowly. It felt like levels were very expensive and gave very little in return. I think there's a point where this starts to drop off. You start to get like 1 point. It's either it drops off or it like increases in the curve. I can't remember. Honestly, let's just keep doing this. 2 points into vigor and endurance every time we come back here for a while until they both get 20. I know 20 is a good point for at least like just like a bare minimum investment. Does he sell infinite repair powders? Because if he does, I need to buy a bunch. He sells 1, and it's very expensive. Wow. I did not expect that. Okay. Okay. I can upgrade this. I can actually upgrade it to +4 if I really want to. But I don't know if I'm going to be sticking with the rapier or if we're going to be picking up some kind of katana later. I mean, it's not like large Titanite shards are in super high demand, but it is worth thinking about. Oh, that's right. You also you can actually upgrade your armor in this game. I forgot about that. It's definitely not worth doing at the start, but it's for sure worth doing later once you get access to infinite Titanite shards. You should definitely upgrade all of your armor. Just like, why would you not have the maximum amount of defense that you can have? All right, because we can't buy a bunch of repair powders for cheap, we're not going to buy any yet. I will get rid of the things I'm not planning on using, so I'm probably not going to use the bandit knife, broken sword, short sword, claymore. I could probably actually keep the short sword around. Scimitar, I'll keep for now. What is this? This is the mail breaker. I don't need the mail breaker. I've got a dagger. The hand axe I like keeping for now. Battle axe, no. Morningstar, no. Halberd, no. Any of these great weapons I'm not going to be able to use. Let me also keep the short sword for now. Just in case. Like, if I get to the point where, like, one of my weapons is going to break, I think it's worth having that as a backup option. I've got the pyromancy flame. I don't need this. I don't know what to do about sword, shields. This ended up being a waste of money. This might be okay. I can't remember what the difference between these two shields is. I know these ones aren't too great. This is the buckler. I'm pretty sure the buckler has extra parry frames, so I'm going to have to check on that later. Putting away any armor sets that I don't plan on wearing ever. I guess I'll also put away the rings that I would probably never use. I should probably level up my attunement so I can equip one spell so that I can bring the pyromancy flame with me and have access to fireball. That's a smart idea. What's actually really cool is you can actually keep your attunement level at like minimum, and you can just use a ring to give yourself one spell slot, and that allows you. In fact, I might do that. That allows you to save a ton of. Well, I can respec later anyway, but I also don't have souls to level up right now, so it's not a decision to be made right now. But in theory, what we could do is we could invest levels into attunement now, and then later on, once we have the ring that gives us attunement slots, we can reset our attunement back to 0, and then just use the ring whenever we need attunement slots, and then not use it whenever we don't. That way we save a ton of levels that we can invest into dexterity and HP and stamina. Smart idea. That's the real value of pyromancy builds, is that it allows you to minimize your attunement, intelligence, and faith while still getting all of the really good value of pyromancy, which is basically like the utility functions. Being able to use fireballs in place of firebombs to break open chests. Having warmth for like free healing, stuff like that. Anyway, I'm gonna head out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, maybe consider leaving a like. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day.